It's a new day and we're joined alongside with some new set of teams, but with the same old casters. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the day 3 of BGI's The Grind, where I'm going to be a host of Caster Necro, and John alongside with me is going to be a new clean boy, Super Johnny. And Johnny, I've heard behind the scenes, we've got some new spicy names joining with us.
Of course, it's not that I chose this by my own self. I mean, it's the spices that burn all my hair off, because today is going to be super exciting. Usually we save the best for last, but this time we thought we were going to do something different. So the matchups, the teams that are going to be performing today are going to be extremely focused in, because they definitely have a lot to prove, just like the 4 set of groups that we have witnessed in the last 2 days. But I have to say, this BGIS, it's proving to be something else. We were talking about in the early days how the new point structure was going to impact the performances, how the changes in the new meta were going to impact the performances. And I have to say, I am loving the new talent we have witnessed in the last 2 days.
Exactly, and it's getting super exciting to the point where even I want to register, but guys, unfortunately, something's holding me back. Us being the commentators, we cannot really register for the tournament, but you guys can definitely move on forward and get the registrations done. Make sure you've got 4 players in the squad and register on CraftonIndiaEsports.com. Not a lot of times left over for you guys. So, as I mentioned, April 7th is going to be the ending date for the registrations. So what are you guys waiting for? Just go on the website and register your team.
Last 2 days left. Today it's the 6th, tomorrow is the 7th. That's the deadline. If you are looking for players, hurry up and register your squads, as Necro mentioned, because I mean, once we eventually make it to the BGIS, it's going to be something else. It is always a spectacle year after year, and this year it's just going to be taken up a notch. But we have taken other things up a notch, and I'm talking about the prize pool as well. 2 crore rupees on the line for these teams. The winner walking away with the lion's share of 60 lakh rupees in the bag.
Exactly, one of the biggest prize pools in the community. 2 crore rupees on the line, ladies and gentlemen, for one single tournament. 60 lakhs going to the first spot, 30 lakhs going to the second, and 20 lakhs to the third. And of course, it's going to keep on dwindling down until you look at the special prizes. MVP of the tournament getting 2,50,000, most finishes getting 1 lakh, Lone Survivor getting 1 lakh, and Rampage also getting 1 lakh. So that in itself can be something that can add a lot of pressure, but also the motivating factor that teams really need.
Of course, I mean, along with that, I mean, we have to talk about the format as well. The motivation comes from the prize pool, but also from the fact that if you finish in the top 16, you get to advance to much better position when you head towards the BGIS. As we talk about it, ladies and gentlemen, the grind has 256 invited teams, out of which only the top 64 will get seeded into the BGIS, and where they will be seeded will depend on where they finish in the grind itself. As we have been discussing about it, the first 2 weeks, it is standard. We have 16 groups. Each group contains 16 teams, and these 16 teams play 3 matches in those 2 weeks. When we move to week 3 and week 4, there's going to be a slight reshuffle that happens before that, and after we are done with the 4 weeks of performance, the top 64, as I mentioned, will be seeded into the BGIS based on where they finish in the overall rankings.
Exactly. If you manage to finish between first to the 16th spot, you will directly be advancing on forward to the round 4. If you manage to place yourself somewhere between 17 to 32, you will be moving to the round 3. If you are not able to finish anywhere between that, and if you manage to finish between 33 to 64, then you will be moving to the round 2 of the BGIs. Of course, the better the standing, the better the position you will get inside of the main event. Moving on forward towards the points distribution, as I mentioned, it's definitely being changed. The first spot getting 10, the second one getting 6, the third one getting 5, and it's going to keep on descending downwards until you look at the right side and you can see from 9th to the 16th, you're going to get no points, but you will get a point for each finish that you grab inside of the game.
Well, and talk about the teams. I mean, we were talking about the spicy stuff, Necro, so should we start talking about what different flavors we have right now in this group itself?
Absolutely.
Right,
Absolutely.
let's bring the conversation.
I mean, CS Esports.
Yes. Top 3 finish in the last grind.
Exactly. CS Esports was one of those teams that came in out of nowhere and surprised all of us. It's an underdog team that is now once again returning inside of the grind. Reckoning Esports, another known team inside of this entire competition. CHEMIN Esports, how can we forget them as well? This team has went through a lot of tweaks and changes, but this recent CHEMIN Esports has been looking incredibly well. Moving on forward towards the other group, which is going to be Group 6 of the day, and it's going to be Team Insane, WINGOD Esports, Claw, METALWINGS, Stellar Titan, Star Player, United Soul, NIGMA, Rising, and then you also move on forward towards AIM Gaming, Cosmic Ravager. Then you've also got Detonation Esports. Then you've got LZ Officials. There's a lot of these teams that are returning back once again. Team Empire as well is one of those.
Exactly, Team Empire led by the man, the myth, the legend Empire himself. The last time we saw them in the grind, there was a different roster playing for the lineup. This time it is going to be a different set of players, but Empire is still there. And one thing is for sure, you can expect a decent run from Team Empire as well. They have decent experience under the belt, and it's not like the players are completely fresh to the community. But ladies and gentlemen, the schedule for every single day in the group stages remains the same. We have 6 matches today as well. The first 3 to be played by Group 5 and the next 3 to be played by Group 6, and of course the rotation will be Erangel, Miramar and Sanhok.
Exactly, and of course Sanhok is my personal favorite, but these days even the Erangels and the Miramars have been quite spicy. Yeah, initially things are starting off quite slow, but I guess if the plain flat path is going to be on a complete one extreme side, then things are definitely going to be spiced up on that side as well, because these teams have never played against each other in the past. Maybe they have been playing in the scrims, but still, in the scrims, the intensity, the heat is a little bit more different compared to the official tournament heat. So, of course, the jitters are going to be there inside of the game one itself.
Yeah, definitely. And again, as we mentioned, I mean, some of the biggest names in this opening group, they have gone through a lot of changes. Along with that, I think one of the teams is going to be playing its first tournament with the new point structure. So that in itself is going to be a big challenge, considering you have to figure out in the grind itself. It's going to be tough competition that they're going to face. So it is extremely important to see how this first game goes for Group 5 and CHEMIN in particular. But I mean, it is going to be super exciting to see what sort of action these teams bring inside of the game. But ladies and gentlemen, also exciting is the new X suit, and here it is. Let's have a look.
And as I've been mentioning, Johnny, I'm a big fan of in-game cosmetics, and I guess this is one of those skins that is really forcing me to spend some money, okay? But you know what? Let's not focus on that for now. We've got some better teams to focus over here, and some of the teams that I really want to talk about, is one of them is CHEMIN Esports. Now that the new Zun meta implies, now that it's over here, how is Altu going to do his survival now? I mean, he was the med strat for the team, right? He was the heal battler for the team. Now, Altu has to get inside of the battlegrounds and try and duke it out against the opponents. It's going to be a tough pill to swallow for that man.
It can definitely be a tough pill to swallow, but That's the thing, right? We never saw Altu's firepower, his true firepower in the previous era of competition. So maybe he has something new to show us. And as I said, CHEMIN, this will be their inaugural tournament of this competitive year. And CHEMIN is a big name in the community, right? One of the best scouting programs run in BGMI across the board. And I'm including the big Ogs in this one. CHEMIN has some of the best talent scouts available. And because of that, I think their players should be able to cope up with the rest of the competition. But let's see how this new day is going to turn out for this team, because they are also in one of the tougher groups if you think about it. You have CS, you have Reckoning, you have X7 officials who might be called the underdog team, but the last time they were here, they definitely gave us a pleasant surprise with their performance. Same can be said for Team SEAL. CHEMIN Esports, as I said, seems to be in the tougher group because the team right after them is called Only Finishes for some reason.
And well, I guess they're pretty much going to be super aggressive inside of the game too, just judging from their name. But let's focus on some of their teams as well, right? X7 officials, Team SEAL as well are some of the returning name. X7 officials, even last time when we saw them, they definitely did make a little bit of a dent.
Yeah, they definitely did. I mean, X7, I remember there was another sister team of X7 in the entire tournament, and both of them started off quite strong, but X7 official, of course, had a little bit more experience because I've been seeing them in the competitive circuit for a decent amount of time now. And because of that, they were able to strategize and adapt on the fly. That was the advantage that X7 officials have. This time around, it's not going to be the case. Everyone has gone through a rebuild, and everyone will be trying out new things. Also, Necro, I did not know you were playing in this tournament as well. There was a team called Young Blood. Is that you?
Oh, I mean, thank you so much, Johnny. I would, to always take that. But you know what? No, that's not me. It's probably someone else. But it's fine. I want to see even what the Young Bloods they've got, considering and judging from the name. Young Bloods, they're always kind of, on the aggressive note. And I would love to see them on the aggressive note as well. I'm a big fan of aggression, right? And off the rip, if we do see some squad wipes, of course, it's going to be better for the teams themselves, considering this new point structure really makes you rely on those elimination points quite a lot. Now, moving on forward towards Team SEAL. Johnny, yes, they have gotten the invite, but Team SEAL, if you look at the past, they have been struggling quite a lot. Team SEAL wasn't really able to make a lot of impact inside of the BGIS last time, so I hope the same thing's not going to be repeated over here. But what do you think?
I believe in what you want to say, that maybe we can just be hopeful that this time it's not going to be a repetition of the previous BGIS. But let's see. The day is just getting started and we don't really know what to expect. Because day one, we saw a lot of early aggression inside of the game. Day two, the early game was completely passive and all the fights were happening stage 5, stage 6 onwards. And as we jump into game number 1 of day number 3, ladies and gentlemen, all expectations, again, for me, Necro, are going out the window. I want to see what these teams have planned for us and what they're going to put on in this game. Let's see. We have a flight path leaning towards the southern side of the map in the first game itself.
Yeah. And I'm a big fan of the plane fly path, Johnny. This means we might just see some early collisions. There's going to be a decent amount of teams who do want to go towards Zasnap, Poliana, Severny, including Georgia Pool. Georgia Pool's still going to be in reach, but if you do want to move on forward towards Zasnap, Poliana, including School as well, it's going to be a really tough stretch. So you will need to drop down on those temporary drop locations, get yourself some loot, get your hands on the vehicles, and then move on forward towards your drop location. It's going to be a tough stretch. As I mentioned, we might see some executions happening off the rip. CS Esports, as usual, they like to drop in towards Milta. That's what they're doing. X7 going all the way down south towards the Snovka military base. Luckily enough for them, no one's contesting them just yet.
Yeah, no one is going to contest them in the early stages, as you mentioned, just yet. I believe one more piece of information that everyone is waiting for right now, it is going to be the circle itself. But I would hope if we have a southern circle this time around, X7, they're going to be the happiest of the bunch, but everyone else will be scrambling for that early position on that military island if it were to happen. Although an early fight between CES, CHEMIN Esports, and Teams armed with shotgun. We see a Beryl in action as well. Altu, though, seems like he's going to be stuck in a corner, has Venom to back him up. And CHEMIN Esports, right off the bat, the aggression is put on display. They've secured the opening knock in this fight.
I don't have a good feeling about this for Team SEAL. They've already lost out on one of the players, and for CHEMIN Esports, this is the exact start they wanted to have inside of the fight. And I mentioned this too, Johnny. Team SEAL is one of those teams that has been struggling even in the past year. And if the same things keep on continuing, it's a big red flag. But still, at least there's a return knockout. Wild is able to find one of the players from the side of CHEMIN Esports. The Fury being knocked out can also put on a bit of a pressure on the players of CHEMIN. But look at what Redox is doing. All the way from the back line, just trying to wrap around. And against the opponents, Seal, they've lost out on 2 players, and it's not a good news for them. But still, the resurrection is definitely possible. Now it's a 1v3. Well, make that a 1v4. Every single player from CHEMIN Esports just looking forward to barge inside of that building and just shut down the last remaining player of Team Seal. Just look at this. This is the exact thing I was talking about, Johnny. Team Seal, they have been struggling in the past, and once again, the struggles just keep on continuing. They're not fading away.
Yeah, quite a big, unfortunate event occurring for Team Seal. Clouds is going to be stuck on the floor, although does manage to take down Redox. And all of a sudden, this fight has taken its swing, not necessarily in the favor of Team Seal. The only healing utility available has been used up by Clouds. His teammate MUTINY does not have any HP to work with in this fight. This is going to be so brutal for both of these teams if they lose more bodies now. Venom is also extremely low. Anyone goes down from here on out, they're not getting their HP bar back up. No heals available in this building anymore.
That's for sure. But I'm just worried about a stalemate over here, Johnny. I'm not a big fan of stalemate situations, you know it. And somewhere down the line, this thing is giving me a vibe of the stalemate situations. But finally, the push happens. And the last man gets taken down. Cloud back in the sky.
And 4 finishes in the bag for CHEMIN Esports right off the bat. What an amazing start. And it is surprising considering the fight when it began. It was a 3v4 with Team Seal having the upper hand. But Seal's aggression backfired upon them. And CHEMIN Esports, they made them pay for it. But this isn't the only fight happening in the early stages. We did have another one breaking out. This is towards the southern side of Everest Hills. And I think DF, they've gone ahead and lost 3 players. Yes, they're down to their last man. Team PL as well. Not really in a comfortable position. We had Bad who did secure the opening knock against the opposition. Looking for the second. Did he get that one as well?
Yeah, he did. 2 of the players getting knocked out off the bat. And then this is a really good start for PL. And the nades are just being constantly tossed in as well. It's a barrage of utilities. Going to be tough to avoid. And Manny too, just looking forward to do the same thing. PL, if they do want, they can definitely press up on the charges, but they're not doing so just yet. They've got the man advantage if they do want. They can push in together, push in tandem. The smoke's being tossed up. Rixon's going to back up on his feet without a doubt. But speaking about the team in the front, HTE. This is going to be a tough one for them. Boogie on the right side as well. For Stone. Even he's just waiting for the right moment to strike. And the longer the situation keeps on stretching, the awkward it's going to be. So teams, they need to make sure the situation's being winded up as quick as possible. It's being wrapped up. I mean, HT is down to a 3-man squad. It's going to be tough to be back from this spot. But it is what it is. There's still a fighting chance that they've got in their hands. And Stone is able to find the first. Nicely done. The breach is found. But is the follow-up there? That's my question. Man able to shut down Boogie 2 with the beautifully placed nade. Shotgun in the hands of T-Rex, but he's not able to connect that crucial shot. And T-Rex is getting pumped from the different direction. And the shotgun to seal the deal.
Alright, so this lobby is definitely proving to be something different. We've had 3 teams completely wiped in the first stage of the game as well. Team Seal was the first one to take an exit. Following them was Team Only Finishes, who were eliminated towards the southern slope of the Everest Hill. And along with that, in front of our eyes, we saw what happened with the players of Team Rush. PL, though, they'll be quite happy with the 4 eliminations they have on the board. And another update, Reckoning was able to pick 2 players from the side of BLT, so they are off to a good start as well. And Stone! Alright, that is a move and a half. Just riding along the road on his bike, not really afraid of anyone. And to be fair, they do not need to fear anyone. They're on the western edge of the map. There's absolutely no one there. The only team that was there to contest them, they have completely wiped them from the server itself. And the next closest contenders are all the way in Gatka. Here's the recap. Team Rush versus Team PL.
I mean, their name is Rush, so that's what they've made happen. And yeah, I mean, that's a great way to start things off as well, right? 4 eliminations off the bat. CS Esports is one of those teams that likes to drop all the way down south towards Milta, but now they've started to move. Leo is one of those players that has been with this team for a while now, and he's still over here. Sarthak, Leo, these guys have been there in the competitive scene. CS Esports, even they have went through a little bit of roster changes, but is that really going to affect the playstyle? I want to see that. And they've got some proactive control. I like that. Proactive moves from the side of CS Esports. Making some quick decisions on the fly. School is still uncontested, by the way, Johnny.
Yeah, there's no one at School, no one at Rozhok. And this is quite a surprise. Even the city of Milta has been left abandoned. No one playing from farm as well. A lot of off drops opted by a lot of these teams. You see FFC all the way in Zarki, BLT playing from Severny. For BLT, it does make sense as well, considering they lost 2 players before their feet touched the ground as well. So that Severny drop might actually help them survive till the mid-game and the late-game stages, maybe even, depending on if anyone is able to catch them off guard. And then we had 2 teams that decided to drop towards the western edge of the map, out of which only one was able to survive. That is PL Dominators. Although their rotation to the circle, it's going to be a bit tricky because now they will be facing a cluster once they move from the west towards the eastern side. As of now, the cluster is centered between School and Mansion. Where do you think this zone is going to take us, Necro? Are we going towards the southern Yasnaya farms again?
I mean, if we are, that's a good thing, right?
Yeah, I mean, open fields. Easy to spot out opposition, easy to land out sprays. A lot of aggression possible.
True. Fights all across the board. And you love it. LNC for now. On a move. And even they're trying to be at the centric spot, which is understandable once again. CS Esports just playing on the off-centric, but if you look all the way back in the blue, there's Team PL, there's Jukes, there's FFC, BLT as well on the northern side, and still in military, there's X7 officials. So there's a decent amount of teams still looking forward to find that breaching point. And hopefully they're quick enough as well. You can see the centric spot of the circle. It's already started to be filled up with a lot of teams. There's 4 teams on their way, including CS Esports. So we might see an early kerfuffle brewing up there. Reckoning Esports is one of those teams that has got themselves a decent spot in the hands as well. LNC in the front lines. Yeah, just trying to scout the players out. Information noted.
Information has been noted, but as long as they do not abandon that cover, I think Reckoning might hold a big advantage in the fight that is about to follow up. These compounds can definitely prove to be a game changer for the side of Reckoning. But as you mentioned, already 3 big names close to the center. We had 2 more closing in. So I assume from stage 3 itself is where the action will commence in this matchup. But X7 on our screens right now, they've crossed the military bridge and are on the main island in a comfortable position, not too far away from the edge of the circle as well. I don't think X7 is going to be facing any problems unless they get caught off guard by the players of PL, who, by the way, are still in Gatka. They've made it from the western edge of the map all the way to Gatka. The next checkpoint for them is the city of Pichinki, but they are moving ever so slowly towards that direction.
The dust has settled. But the teams outside of the blue, as soon as they start to make it inside of the zone, there's a chance a lot of fights will start to brew up. And I'm waiting for that exact instance. CHEMIN Esports towards Yasna Polyana, taking their sweet little time to loot up. And if you just try to relive the past, what exactly CHEMIN Esports did to the opponent's Seal, I mean, they started things off with a knockout. They had the advantage in the early phase, but then it was lost within seconds. And CHEMIN Esports, you blink it and you miss it. The entire team still just came crashing down. The last man standing in that fight was Clouds, but he could not even stand a chance against the entire squad of Seal. And then even jukes towards Gatka area. They were able to shut down another team, which was OF. So yeah, we saw a decent amount of fights happen. Three teams getting eliminated just like that. I would say that's quite a heated start, but still for now, the dust has settled.
It is a heated start, and I think it was a little bit forced because of the flight path as well. I think majority of the teams, they were just forced into a fight willy-nilly without even thinking. They just reacted to it. Someone shot at them, they shot back. Simple as that. And I think it was just a fight for survival. No proper strategies were thought out. No one had proper weapons or healing utility, not even throwables available to them. But this time it is different. PL caught off guard by the players of X7 and Gunmaster. What a spray! Was he able to shoot down the tire? And well, guess what? Yes, Rexon is going to be caught off guard out in the middle of nowhere. And X7, they're about to get their first finish in the game. What a play. That was a nice spray from Gunmaster.
It indeed was. X7, they're just looking forward to contest the high ground. I guess they want to play for the info, which is understandable. Trying to get that constant flow of intel, that's going to help them so much in the later stages, considering there's a chance the circle might form out in the open. It's better to be proactive, get some good positions on your hand. And for now, BLT, this team's taken down to just a two-man squad. FFC as well towards the northern side. Luckily enough, they found themselves that breaching point, and now they're in a decent spot too. Jukes, if you speak about them, they're right next to FFC towards Rozhov. Before now, it's CS Esports clashing against the players of Reckoning. And what a big blunder that was from Viper. He loses his life.
This can be brutal. This can definitely put the team in a very, very discomfortable position. Of course, there will be opportunity for them to recover as well. CS in the meanwhile on the move, looking for a position where they can just hide themselves. They find a three-story building. It gives them some altitude to work with, a little bit of early information of the players looking to come down from that hill right behind them. And at this point, for the players of CES, for Reckoning Esport, anyone that is playing the center of the circle, it might as well be a tower defense game and not a battle royale. They are just going to play to protect their position from everyone else, not let anyone snatch their buildings.
CS Esports,
Look at that.
being able to shut down one of the players from such a big name. That might just give them the confidence that was needed. And yes, I know the Observer's trying to showcase a luxury car in front of us. Unfortunately, I don't have it, so I'm not really going to be talking about it because I'm jealous. But anyways, speaking of the next zone, popping up in front of us on the top left, moving a little bit towards school side, but not exactly there. There's a chance the circle's probably going to be moving out in the open. The only place where I can see the circle moving is either towards the left side, a little bit more towards school, or just directly towards Yasna Poliana, which is not exactly there, but in the open fields.
Yeah, I wanted to be in the open fields. Those rice paddies south of Yasnaya are amazing to watch in the final few moments of the game as well. It's completely open. You just have a few haystacks. You have to watch out and be careful about the team still hiding in the building as well. So there's a lot of calculations that the IGLs have to make and decide where the team will position itself and how they want to approach one fight to the next, to the next, to the next. Because you don't really have a lot of breathing room to reset in action amidst the action that happens, that takes place in the southern fields of Yasnaya. But it would be equally exciting if it moves towards school. I'm going to be honest, Necro. I mean, school apartments. It's been a while since we've seen an end game in school apartments.
That is true. But honestly speaking, if it does end towards school apartments, yeah, at the start, as soon as the circle moves, we're going to see a lot of fights happen. But then after that, we might see a little bit of a stalemate because every single person will just be inside of the apartments itself. And imagine if every single team just runs out of utilities. Then what are they going to do? Just sit down and wait for someone to flood out? So yeah. I want to see a circle out in the open. That's where things will be even more exciting. But for now, Team Rush, or you call them Team PL, unfortunately losing out on Rixon, yeah, subtracts a little bit of that firepower, but it's completely fine. Still, these three players, they can make some wonders happen if they do want. It'll be tough to deal against some of the big mammoths like Reckoning Esports, of course, and CS Esports included in that. But still, Team PL, with the way they converted that first fight, they have impressed me. Making those small decisions on the fly is not something, it's not everyone's cup of tea.
Yeah, it definitely isn't, and that is what separates the veterans from the newcomers inside of this lobby. And again, something we want to witness, it is going to be a new team just outperforming, outplaying the veterans tactically. That is going to be something else. We did witness that yesterday, twice in fact. YouTube Stars did a phenomenal job securing 2 back-to-back chicken dinners. But today it's a different day, different set of teams, as we mentioned. I have to say massive props to BLT as well. They lost 2 players in the first 5 minutes of the game, and yet they were able to move all the way towards Severny, and they're still surviving in this game. If you're wondering where the players of BLT are, well, they're isolated in the northeast quadrant of the circle. There's not a single team around them. They found a way inside the zone, and they are just playing as slow as possible. In the meanwhile, though, TCW on our screens. Jux not too far away from their position. We see a 2-2 split being used by this team, TCW. And Jux, they are visible on the radar, but on the other side of the hill, we did notice FFC also waiting. So again, you fire a single bullet, all this information is going to not just one, but 2 different teams that you will have to worry about later.
Next zone closing in soon. TCW, the players towards Rozhawk. It's not going to be that big of a deal for them to move out. But as I mentioned, Johnny, the next circle shifting towards the school side. As I mentioned, there's only 2 ways to the circle. If it either moves to the right or to the left. And the circle is moved in towards the left. There was no southern side. So now that the circle moves towards the left, it really gives the power position in the hands of Jux. They've got a solid position to play with. X7 as well. They're going to probably try to get their hands on that small compound. And you can see even the players on the left, they're trying to go in towards the school apartments. Even that can be a decent position to grab, but not for long. Considering the circle, it's not going to be ending towards that position. It's going to move out in the open. And when the circle does move out in the open, that's when the real problems, they start to knock your door. YB playing in the outskirts. A lot of the teams, they will need to opt out and playing for the outskirts and just trying to hold the other teams off at bay. That's where you can get a lot of these elimination points converted.
Well, now the teams are going to start racking up those elimination points because that's the only thing left for them to focus on. And as the aggression commences, Reckoning, oh my goodness, against the players of CHEMIN, Fury tries to stop him with his buggy, but the rest of the squad from RGE, they show up from the rear, and Fury is going to be caught off guard. Altu on the run along with Venom, Redox and Fury. This is the worst possible position you can get knocked in, and they felt that they were so confident. They tried to stop one of the players from the side of Reckoning by blocking his vehicle with their own. It was Shikari, but as soon as he got through, the remaining 3 players showed up from the rear, and CHEMIN Esport, well, we're gonna see them bite the dust right here, right now.
I was literally about to say, CHEMIN Esports is known for their survival instincts, and this is what happens with them. Unfortunate for CHEMIN Esports, now down to a 2-man squad. This time the survival instinct's not kicking in time. I guess the new meta's really screwing CHEMIN Esports up.
Yeah.
It'll be a tough blow to recover from for CHEMIN. But speaking of Reckoning Esports, for them, they have chose quite a smart pathway to move inside of the zone too. Just a temporary pit stop as well for them. TCW! Oh, the knockout's not found. Reckoning Esports, that's not a good news. That's not going to feel that great. Team PL as well, just trying to take the same rotation pathway, and Manny somehow still alive. Reckoning did not choose to take shots against him, and Manny's just down to a sliver of HP. That could be a free elimination point up for grabs.
They might have missed out on the opportunity of picking it up. Let's see, Reckoning still on the prowl, still on the hunt. On the other side, FFC, we finally see them take on the players of LNC. Just a red separating the two teams. It's just Yash from the side of LNC, who's somehow managed to deny the entry and deny the access. The other side of the ridge completely. Two individuals from the side of FFC, Oxide and Yash Sir. Yash Sir OG. For how long can this fight stay at a standstill, or a stalemate as you like to call it, Necro? Not for long, I guess. They know where Yash is. Shots did connect, but not enough to go for a knock.
Yes, sir, OG. And realizes the fact that LNC in the front lines, they've got no intentions, no attitude of taking this fight. So it's better to just play things a little bit safe. But oh my god, the man just walked into a grenade, which was cooked perfectly, and Bullseye finds one. And Bullseye can see the entire team of the enemy alliance just trying to move and get up close and personal. But instead, FFC, they're just dropping down bodies. It's a big mess up from them. Another nade tossed in with the same line, and it's going to find the confirmation too. Oxide is so lucky to step out from that entire wrath. He's lucky to step out from that line. But Oxide, he cannot afford to stay in the same place over and over again. The vehicle in the back can definitely be blown up into smithereens. And that's what's happening, FFC. What a big blunder this was. Having a power position in your hand and just messing things up within seconds. FFC, a big blunder from them. And now all they can do is, with this one last man remaining, just needs to move away and play for the survival. And that's what he's probably going to try to do. He's got no other option. But even he's going to be denied to play this entire survival role.
Oh, now this looks even worse. SEPOY about to be pushed on by the players of TCW. Then you have Team PL just lurking in the shadows in the other building, waiting for an opportunity to strike. But FFC, Manu, what was that?
Wait!
He denied his point! Death. Yes! Point denied, Necro.
No,
he doesn't deny anyone.
I mean, he didn't mean to do it, but he ejected outside of the vehicle while he was moving. He messed up massively.
200 IQ play right there, Necro. He calculated perfectly. No, that's what I'm gonna say.
I mean, if he meant to do it, understandable, but it was not planned. He wanted to play for the survival. He wanted to squeeze as many position points as possible, but he messed up massively. It's fine. Reckoning Esports now making the push against the players of SEPOY. Just look at this. The big problem for SEPOY over here is that they're divided into two groups, and it's not a good news. Look at the wall of death too now starting to move. Jukes really being forced to play with each other, and they're also getting pushed by the foes. So Jukes, at this point, they're probably panicking. The team in the front lines is also looking forward to do a lot of damage as Nico gets knocked out, and it's down to a two-man squad. Jukes for them, but just to deal with the opponents with a two-man squad, it's going to be a tough deal. But hey, sometimes you gotta execute that. Even the opponent's down to a two-man squad. Jukes needs to make this push happen, and that's what they do. Amazing! Does some amazing work, and he puts the nail in the coffin. Just like that, Jukes is going to be the one to come out on top.
Yeah. And what a phenomenal way as well. Look at this. They already have 10 eliminations on the board. Amazing is sitting at 4. The other 3 teammates are sitting at 1, 2, and 3 finishes respectively. And they are doing a phenomenal job right now playing together as a team. But I believe they've lost a few bodies in that fight, and that might come to haunt them when it comes to closing the game. But Reckoning Esports, this is where experience comes in handy for this team. They've taken control of the high ground of the tallest building in the school apartments and are using that height advantage to clear out the fields towards their east, where the teams won't have any cover to work with. Hunters, as the name suggests, he's out in the hunt, and in his crosshairs, I believe, were the players of G2.
I mean, in the end, the circle's going to move out in the open. So every single team towards the apartments area, they will need to evacuate that area quickly enough. And for Reckoning Esports, yes, for now, it's a date with Destiny, considering they've got so much info to play with. And look at Satya. He screwed up massively. Wall of Death engulfs him. G2, they need to make it inside of the zone. Slayer out in the open. And yes, he's like a free point waiting to be claimed. And he gets claimed by Reckoning Esports' Hunter. Or no, it was Drax who gets that. So nicely done, G2. They don't stand a chance. The Wall of Death is dishing out too much damage, including Jukes even. They need to move inside of the zone. Nico is done for. He cannot be rest back up. Amazing 2 needs to make some quick moves inside of the zone, and that's what he tries to do. At least there's a smoke grenade saving that player. So Amazing's going to be staying alive at least for a couple of more seconds. But Jukes, they're done for. I don't think so they're going to be surviving too long. X7 officials inside of this house, okay for now, but they still need to move out in the open. That's when things will be messed up even more. They've got a couple of trees to back him up, and luckily enough for the players of X7, there's no one around them. So the open field is theirs to be claimed.
Well, they're going to try their level best to claim it as well, but it's not going to be easy for sure. As you mentioned, a lot of eyes upon them. Meanwhile, PL, Reckoning, you have SEPOY, TCW, all looking to exit the edge of the circle from the same edge as well. And X7, as you mentioned, all eyes are on them, but they will have their eyes set on these open fields. How does he do this? Hunters almost managed to take down one of the players from the side of X7. Well, the attempt was quite commendable, but he does get punished perfectly by Murnox. And this is one of the reasons why you can't disregard X7 as being one of the undergods this time. This time around in the grind, they are one of the experienced teams. They have learned a lot over the last 6-7 months, and now it is time to put it all on display. But as I say that, Murnox taken down, and it's going to be another knock from the side of X7. TCW Hunter this time hunting the opposition. X7 down to 3 players, 2 standing on their feet, able to fight, 1 knocked out.
Gunmaster and his teammates are now under heavy fire. Nowhere to go. X7 Esports, they're just being barraged with so many bullets. They can't do anything. The players through the smoke are getting shot at somehow so accurately that Reckoning Esports, they're making sure X7 Esports is being suffocated to their death. As the Wall of Death keeps on closing in, every single person from this apartment will need to evacuate their buildings, and that's what is happening. Look at the entire bottom line. It's being covered by the smokes, and there's nowhere to go. Smokes blooming all across the place. TCW, they're losing out on man number. It's all down to Jax in the end, and there's TPL inside of the houses too. Oh my god, what can TCW do? Even Hunter gets knocked out. The confirmation should follow up soon enough. TCW, they're in a big wall of her. Shikari drops down finally to move on forward and get the claims done. And that's what he's doing. Reckoning Esports trying to be a little bit more proactive inside of this scenario. But look at Jax. His position is still uncontested, is still uncompromised, and Jax might just have the playing field in his hands. He might just find the advantage. Hunter's pulling off some parkour moves he thinks is Peter Parker.
Well, but Gravity still on that rooftop. I think he is going to be struggling for position, struggling for cover for a little while, and all of the players now just trying to avoid the blue zone for as long as possible. But Team PL, they have different plans as Stone just charges towards the players of SEPOY. SEPOY down to their last player. What a nade from Gravity! Just punches it towards Jax's face and he blows up. Down to the top 3 teams. We are Reckoning still ready to fight in this match with 2 players.
Oh my god!
From Bad. And Shikari hits the floor. He's going to get finished off. I think the point is going to be secured by the players of PL. But Reckoning, are they going for the chicken or will they have to settle for the second position in this game? 3v1.
Impressive stuff from Team PL. They've got no clue. Gravity's at the top. His name is Gravity, but he's still at the top. Not exactly floating enough, but what a nade that was. What? Cooked to perfection.
Wow.
Team PL, they've definitely astonished all of us. Shutting down Reckoning Esports, a formidable opponent, not inside of the game anymore. And Team PL, oh, they've got themselves that chicken dinner. What a great way to start things off. PL Dominators indeed dominating that game.
Yeah, and that nade in the end, it's like, here, catch this and see if we can handle it. A very, very risky game of hot potatoes over there between the players of PL Dominators and Reckoning Esports. But I have to say that ending fight, the fights towards the end, especially in that school apartments, was amazing. As soon as I saw those smokes, for a second I was wondering, wait, did the sky fall in this game? Are those clouds? And what is falling? Is that a meteor shower now happening on these players? But no, those were nades and smokes. Just all lobbed down on the ground. And there was so much chaos over there. But you know who I feel the I mean, I really generally feel bad for what happened to them was X7. They were playing so well. Their positioning was so strong in the game. And then the zone just moves towards the left, abandons them, and they were forced to run out in the open to sacrifice themselves. But X7 also played very well. PL, what a lovely way to close out this game. Reckoning, I guess they played just like we expected. They have 12 eliminations on the board. They were second in the game. And it's Reckoning Esports. Anything less, and yeah, that would have been a disappointment.
I mean, so far it's been the meta, Johnny. Every single group that we're witnessing, there's this one team that astonishes us, comes out on top, out and over. None of us know about this team, and they just somehow dominate these games and even take over some of the top dogs. And I'm loving to see that. I'm loving to see some new names. I'm loving to see some underdogs just shine up and make waves on the occasion. It's an absolute pleasure to witness these teams play, ladies and gentlemen. And just the way PL started things off for themselves, getting those 4 elimination points off the rip, I'm pretty sure that also gave them that confidence booster that was needed. Getting those 4 eliminations is not just a normal thing. Yes, you got the eliminations, understandable, but it's about getting rid of those jitters. You're playing the first game of the day. You will be having a lot of pressure on top of you, and as soon as you get those elimination points in the hand, you automatically get this confidence booster as an esports player, as a competitive player, and that's what the players of PL Dominators needed.
Exactly, and doing it in game 1 itself is the most important thing, because that sets you up for the next 2 matches. If you drop the ball in game 1, then you have just wasted 1 map. You spend the next map trying to recover the momentum, and you're forced into the mindset of playing safe. Playing safe might not work out this time in the grind. You get 3 matches in 2 weeks. The next 2 weeks, guess what? You get 3 more matches. 6 matches to be played by you over a span of 4 weeks. And again, 256 teams, only 64 make it through. So the odds are heavily stacked against everyone, and it is the same odds for everyone, but whoever is willing to take the fight, whoever is willing to risk it to get the biscuit, well, they would definitely not go hungry.
I mean, Johnny, technically, if you think about it, top 16 only have the chance to claim the prize pool. Because in the grand finals, only 16 teams
I
can
didn't even
move
talk
on.
about that.
Yeah. Exactly. So you will need to focus on being the best of the best inside of the country, being the top 16 in hundreds of thousands of those registrations that we get. So you need to be at the top 16. You need to be exceptionally and phenomenally well. And as we were talking about the registrations and stuff like that, if you guys want to be a part of this entire BGIS action, make sure to register your team on craftonindiaesports.com. April 7th is going to be the end date for registration. You do not have a lot of time left away. It's ticking right now. And only you need to make sure that you've got 4 members ready inside of your squad. If you do, the link is right over here at the bottom. Go ahead and register your team.
Exactly, and I mean, hopefully if you make it to the finals, we're going to be there. We're going to definitely make sure you guys have fun in the finals for sure. But it is going to be a long and grueling journey. And what is happening right now, the grind, it is just kicking things off in the direction where they should go. From what we have witnessed, I mean, all of this action, I wonder who's going to be the MVP of the game. I think it's going to be someone from Reckoning.
Someone from Reckoning Esports. 100%. Maybe Hunter?
No!
Because even he was doing great. But what? It was amazing from Jux with 5 elimination points wrapped up and map impact of 8%, finish contribution of 45%. I guess Jux was making some waves in the previous game. They were slipping under the radar, getting those elimination points in the hand. Yeah, the placement wasn't too good, but still, I guess the new point structure really allows you to be aggressive, and as long as you have those decent, that's all that's going to matter. Reckoning Esports, they're still there in the top 5 performance of the previous game. Stone over there from Team PL. Then you've also got SEPOY and McKee, and then you've also got another man from Team PL, which is going to be Annie.
I mean, Reckoning, I was expecting Reckoning to be a little bit higher up in the ranking. One of the players from the side of Reckoning, considering they had a lot of opportunities to secure individual points when they were not taking control, well, they were controlling the school apartments, basically. But Jux, this is a very pleasant surprise, and exactly what you said, Necro. They were eliminated during the mid-game stages themselves, and yet securing those 11 eliminations gets them 13 points, which puts them in the top 3 of their group already.
Impressive start, in my opinion. CHEMIN Esports, a team that I personally had a lot of expectations from, unfortunately got screwed up massively outside of the zone by Reckoning Esports themselves. And then Reckoning Esports being able to make it inside of the zone towards the apartments was also a big maneuver. CHEMIN Esports should not have committed to that fight. CHEMIN Esports was the one to first eject outside of the vehicles, go for that fight, and that's when they screwed up massively. So hopefully CHEMIN Esports, they're going to be learning a lot from this. CHEMIN Esports is known for their survival tactics, but unfortunately in that previous game it did not work out. Moving on forward towards the latter half of the board, Young Bloods getting 3 eliminations on their hands, so that's going to give them 3 points for now. G2 Battlegrounds getting 2, Blacklist also getting themselves 2, and CS Esports only getting 1. Another big name not able to perform that well, Johnny. It's a big concern.
And following up CS is also Team Seal, another name that is recognizable from the previous iteration of BGIS, and yet we see them sitting on that 13th position with not a single point secured from this opening match. Only finishes FFC and Team Rush. They really had the most unlucky start to this game. Drop clashes happening right off the bat, no weapons available. I believe it was only finishes that was wiped out the first inside of this game, and it was quite brutal the way it happened as well. But that is what this competition is all about. After a performance that you did not really think was going to happen, the worst possible scenario you can imagine, can you bounce back in the next game when you move on to the next map? And I hope these young players know how to go for a mental reset for themselves. Just completely forget that game of Erangel happened. I mean, don't forget the mistakes that you made. Try and avoid the drop clash anyway and any form you possibly can, and then focus on putting your best foot forward in the map of Miramar. I think that's the only way to bounce back right now. Otherwise, Reckoning and the other teams are just going to run away with the advantage. But talking about running away with things, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be super fun to run around the game in this new beautiful X suit, though. If you don't believe me, here it is.
I mean, I've been talking about this new skin for a while now, Johnny. You got some words for it?
As I said, I just want to wear it and run around in the game. I don't care if I get any finishes or if I win the match or no. It's just me spamming the emotes, standing in the middle of where do I stand? Yasna Fields or Gatka Fields? Everest.
No, I mean, when you win the game and then you start doing the emotes with this beautiful skin, it's going to feel even better, right? I mean, I'm a big fan of cosmetics, and I guess the same thing is with you as well. So yeah, I mean, this skin is so beautiful. I really want to spend some money, but you know what? Going back inside of the upcoming game now, the upcoming map is going to be Miramar, Johnny. Another chance, another big lifeline that can be given to these teams to try and pull themselves back inside of the race. CS Esports is one of those teams that is for now a big concern for me.
Of course, I mean, CS is going to be, I'm concerned about CS, Team Seal, and even X7 Official. X7 Official are there with single-digit 5 points secured. I was expecting a little bit more from them, but let's see. I mean, still an opportunity to recover in the next game itself. Reckoning, as I said, someone needs to stop Reckoning in their tracks, otherwise they will run away with the advantage. And PL Dominators, another team where I'm going to be seeing, or at least I will try to observe what they are up to in this game with a little bit more detail, because in the previous game it felt like they were there in the early stage towards a school apartment, and then all of a sudden we saw them towards the end. Yes, they did have a decent number of eliminations on the board, but that was also because the situation was set up for them. It just made the end game a little bit easier. And talking about these things, Salty, how are you?
I am absolutely brilliant, man. I mean, I saw the first game and I was like, okay, wait, what is Reckoning Esports doing? Especially Reckoning Esports, for them, they've had a massive change. The massive change, of course, being the fact that Punk had actually changed his lineup. So I was waiting for this team to actually come back with their wounds open and actually perform. And well, boy, they absolutely blew the roof off. But you've got to give credits to PL Dominators and Chucks Esports as well. Brilliant stuff. I love these new teams coming up.
Exactly. I mean, the new names are definitely proving that they are here to put up a fight. They're not going to take anything just lying down from the top contenders. And Reckoning, they did showcase to the young guns as well as to why they are and why they're given the title of what they are inside of the game. It's a force to be reckoned with, right? But along with that, as you mentioned, I mean, the roster change that the teams went through, we did expect a big impact from that. For Reckoning, they might have adjusted, but same can't be said for the side of CHEMIN or CS. CS this time just looks completely different from what they were in the previous iteration of the grind. If you remember, CS used to be a frag-heavy team, and now it's the frags that are not coming their way.
It does happen sometimes. Hopefully in the map of Miramar, maybe things are about to change, ladies and gentlemen, as the big bird goes back up in the skies. But again, you were talking about CS Esports, Johnny, and if you do remember, they loved playing on the map of Miramar. The consistency and the rotations on the map of Miramar were absolutely brilliant. So hopefully, Sarthak, Leo, Whitey, with their experience, might be able to bring some spice back into this map. But so far, let's just talk about the flight path for a second. La Cabrera is where we begin, and we end in Partona. Now, this is a new place which has been added onto the map. Johnny, I want to ask you a question. Do you miss Los Higos?
Not really. I mean, Los Higos, I do miss the fact that we can't really make fun of that position being there on the map anymore. It was, so at a certain point, I remember when I was just starting off as a commentator, I remember Ruins, you see that towards the top left-hand corner of the map.
Yeah.
That position was so underutilized that during the flight path segments, they would just cut it off the map feed itself. It wasn't even included in the game because no one went there. Rework was done. It was reintroduced into the game along with Oasis, and it became a viable drop option for teams looking to start off slow. And I think Partona is going to do the same thing, because we did see a lot of teams use that Prison Island as an early drop option, but this is just an added option, an added bonus for the teams that want to take the risk of starting the furthest away from anyone else. In the meanwhile, though, we have only finishes as soon as the game starts. Only finishes in a drop clash against the players of Jux.
Yeah, they certainly do, but Jux, they have to be wary about it. One of their players, Nico, has been brought down to so low HP. I can't even see his HP bar. Is he even alive? I mean, even a Whisker will actually be away, but hopefully he has also some of those healing utilities available. Certainly would love to ride the wave, the momentum from the last game. Jux Esports, absolutely brilliant. Just 2 position points, but 11 finish points. I'm pretty sure they know how to take these 4v4 battles, but the only piece of concern is that, do they have enough ammunition? Do they have the weaponry to challenge only finishes? I can see Amazing. He, of course, the MVP of the last game, definitely having that angle on towards Harshit, but no shots being connected so far. Only finishes also waiting for their opportunity to pounce, and it seems like we're moving towards a stalemate. Both these two teams, they are going to take their sweet time. It's just that Suk is way too close to the enemy lines, Johnny.
He's going to be quite close to the opposition, but look at this. Youngbloods, well, their blood is going to run through these factories or these abandoned buildings as CHEMIN Esports, they just find that one isolated player, just charge towards him and finish him off like it was nothing. And it was a 4v1 situation in their favor. Fury has taken a lot of damage, but it should be recoverable. In the meanwhile, though, as you were talking about that fiasco with Jux and Only Finishes, I hope Only Finishes live up to their name, because Jux is not an easy team to beat. We saw, as you mentioned, Amazing, the MVP of the previous game, was just amazing, and he was the one who kicked things off for Jux in that first early fight of the game as well. So that team definitely has a lot of firepower, and it's not going to be an easy squad to deal with. Quite curious with how that particular situation is going to turn out, especially considering... Alright!
What?
Alright, Viper and Shikari. That is how you roll in style.
Exactly. I think we both should actually do that someday as well. We might actually reach our studios on a bicycle. I'll be riding it. We might
make it on
take
time.
the back seat. We will make it on time for sure. It's just that it will help us do our cardio and we both will get a nice workout. But this is actually a very nice way to rotate, Johnny, if you talk about it inside the game. Do you still remember those games where one of the teams actually carried the bicycle, folded it in their backpacks and then crossed the river, went on to the military base and opened it up again? We were like, what on earth is happening? That was one of the weirdest but one of the most creative rotations that I've seen so far. But
I think it was
for now, we'll
Hyderabad
come
Hyderabad
back to
who
this.
pulled it off.
possibly, I also think so. It might actually be Hyderabad Hydras.
Yeah, and I think it
It
happened.
was
in
the map
group
of
stage
Erangel.
itself. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh man, old memories.
For now, look at this. Yeah, I love that. You know, I love talking about old memories, but for now, I think new memories are going to be formed because amazing. It's very close to the enemy lines, and he wants to actually get the first knockout. It's almost there. Shots connected, and here it comes a jump shot. Beautiful connection. Oh my word! Who is this lad?
Yes! Who is this man and where was he hiding? He is just amazing and the name says it all. What a beautiful play. He was pinned from both directions. There was a man towards his rear as well, and yet he has the audacity to jump towards the opposition through the gap in the broken wall while he himself was on the receiving end, on the worst receiving end of that trade. But still, my goodness, he still hasn't healed. Someone give him a first aid, and I'm pretty sure he will wipe only finishes by himself. I mean, I don't
It
think that's
does
gonna
take a
happen.
lot of
It's 1v2. It's
guts.
gonna be difficult.
Exactly, but you know, imagine this. It takes so much guts to go into the enemy lines when you're being shot at from behind. The enemies are spread out pretty much, and you don't really know where the third party is going to come from. But I mean, for now, Exile has a lot of work to do. Not a lot in terms of the defensive mechanism, only a level 1 helmet and a level 1 vest to work with, but the DBS and the AKM certainly can do the damage. Oh, wait a second, I think I cursed it.
Hey, Salty is back.
I mean, I can't really say anything. You know what? It definitely happened. I thought that there might be a potential chance where he will allow the opposition to get close to him. But this is Jux Esports, right? Their spreads are so good. The way they spread themselves up in a fight is absolutely brilliant that the opposition can't really predict. But what happened to Young Blood and why are they struggling?
I mean, yeah, I think the young bloods might be struggling because they are young. Yeah, the name says it. Young, lack of experience, maybe. I don't know, but to be honest, it is CS they are up against. And as we mentioned, CS was the team to beat the last time we were here in the grind. They might have slipped up in game number 1. Game number 2, they are back. Sarthak almost connecting that perfect headshot, but it was a 1v2, so he was at a disadvantage in terms of firepower. Although X7, they have lost Gunmaster, the best fragger from the previous game. And now it is Newbie who's out on the hunt with a shotgun in his hands. Needs to be careful. Even Murnox has the DBS to work with. Fragger, Uzi point blank range can definitely do wonders, but he's aiming in the wrong direction. And Newbie, though, does manage to find that pick for his team. Now we have Easy Peasy, who was completely in an isolated position. And I think the result of this fight is going to be simple. In a few moments, we are going to see X7 take an exit from this game. And there it is. 5 eliminations on the board for CS Esports already. An incredible start to game number 2.
Incredible start for sure, but they actually have lost out on a very important player in the form of Leo YT. You've got to give it to this lad because history suggests that Leo YT is one of the oldest or the most experienced player who's played in a LAN event in terms of BGIS 2023 is concerned. Led his team CS Esports from the grind to the LAN finals, which was amazing, but not just that. Later got picked up by 8-Bit Esports and then went on to BMPS LAN finals as well. Imagine this. Bagged #6 over there. So his experience and his style of fighting is fantastic. It has given him a lot of results. I really want Team CS Esports to actually do a very good job this time around. And you mentioned it correctly. The first game was not great. They could not really, showcase their skills. But this fight, I think, kind of goes to show that not just Leo White's experience. I think the new players who have come up, they are beautiful. They are not giving up. They're not the materials who are, meant to be given up.
Well, now it's just about how well can they capitalize on the start in Miramar. And of course, the Sanhok to follow up this map as well. They will have to be consistent in the next 2 games, this one and the next one, if they want to make sure that, at least as far as the overall rankings are considered, it feels like that Erangel blunder never happened for them. There's still a lot of concern as the other teams at the top are still present in this game. Jux is still there. And Jux have taken a very unique approach to this match this time. Look at this. They were doing so well in terms of their fragging potential in the first game, and yet when it comes to Miramar, they are taking things extremely slow. Jux still present in La Cabrera. You have CS towards Hacienda, San Martin, TCW just moving out of the blue, but on our screens we have FFC taking on the players of Team Rush. And FFC, they have yet to lose a player. In the meanwhile, Rush, they are down one already.
They certainly are. Team Rush, they've got 2 players knocked out. TX plays as well as Boogie will try to hold them back. The first man goes down, but Boogie and TX plays, both of them have been cleaned up. That was an ambush and a half from Team FFC, and certainly they played Uno reverse card against Team Rush. They were the ones who were being rushed upon and being completely extinguished. The first line of defense falls, and then the rest of the house crumbles as well. Team FFC. Have you heard about this team, Johnny, in the grind previously? I think so. I've heard this name before.
I mean, I feel like when you talk about FFC, I feel like I've heard the name, but I've looked at that logo and I feel I would definitely remember something like that.
Certainly, we have a lot of fond memories with logos and the names last season. Certainly reminds me of Troublemakers, one of the most creative teams, not just in terms of their name, but also in terms of their gameplay as well. The shenanigans that they used to pull off from the edge of the circle. But speaking of the circle, this is the first time I think we are moving on towards the southern shoreline, Johnny. Usually we've seen the circles take central shifts, but now the story is different and the teams will have to migrate. And one of the teams to do so is going to be CHEMIN Esports. They certainly do not have a very good game in the first affair, but now, what do you think? What are your expectations from CHEMIN Esports this time around?
Well, I expect CHEMIN to be in the top 2, no matter what happens, but man, after that first game, it feels like even that's going to be difficult. I think top 5 is what they well, actually top 2 is still possible. They have to win this game, and then it's just right there within their reach, but as of now, looking at their position inside the match, considering they're also outside the circle, not really a position you want to be in a zone like this as well. I think even in this game, there are going to be struggles for CHEMIN. Unless the zone takes a shift towards the western or the northern side, abandoning the city of Los Leones. Alright, Redox, quite unfortunate. Wasn't really able to connect the shots on Vicky. In the meanwhile, though, the players from the side of BLT doing a pretty phenomenal job in terms of gathering all that information as to where the players of CHEMIN are.
BLT is actually a very interesting name, Blacklist Esports. I want to see if they can blacklist CHEMIN Esports outside the circle. They certainly are doing a good job gatekeeping them. So far, entry has been denied. And look at this, CHEMIN Esports. They've been forced to make a longer rotation. This is scintillating. Blacklist Esports, if they can continue this run, hold on to good positions, gatekeep teams from entering the circle, I'm pretty sure they're going to pick up scrambled finishes left, right and center. The only problem is they've got to be wary of third parties because this strategy always attracts attention. Speaking of CHEMIN Esports, I think they will have a lot of space to enter right on the left hand side of BLT. I still want to see the circle though, because it seems like there are a lot of teams who are migrating to the central positions right south of Los Leones. There's a huge cluster, Johnny, that's forming up.
Yeah, and it is forming towards the, as you mentioned, towards the southern side. I believe it is outside the city towards the hills, just before you reach the main shoreline of the island. But Yasser constantly repeaking that position, building up the pressure on the players of PLT. In the meanwhile, we switch focus, ladies and gentlemen, to another team. We have Team PL, the winners of the previous game. They were able to secure that chicken dinner, although they are being closely contested by the players of Reckoning Esports in terms of points on the leaderboard. And PL this time, not a lot to worry about. There's just one team down south, and that is Team Seal. If they can beat Team Seal, they do gain a lot of map control of this southern half of the circle, and that can help them in the mid-game stages. But Jux, finally they have just moved away from that El Pozo La Cabrera position And they're moving along the western highway of the map. This is the speedway that was added later on to the map of Miramar itself, and they're using that highway quite perfectly, in fact. Early stage rotation, they stayed late into the blue. They, I believe, are going to have quite a decent amount of loot once they start entering the zone. And there's going to be no one blocking their way. Everyone else is already inside the zone. Everyone else is already contesting either the southern hills of Los Leones or the buildings in the city. And no one, absolutely no one, is trying to gatekeep a team entering this late inside of the game. Why? Because no one assumed anyone would stay out this late.
Exactly, and I love the Western Highway for this because it allows you extremely quick rotation, but also without a lot of trouble. You are allowed to stay inside the blue for a while, at least tank the zone damage for maybe the first and the second circle. And then, of course, you've got the speedway to just enter very quickly. But I think the circle shifting a little bit up north, Johnny, might actually cause problems because now have a look at this. They will have to move up. They will have to possibly take up Minas Generales, Minas del Valle, the region around that. And TCW is already present in that location. SEPOY Mutiny is present in that location. So I'm a little scared. I'm a little skeptical right now about how this team is going to make that entry. And it seems like even Jux Esports, they're hesitating. But on the other side, look at that entire migration. Everyone thought it's going to be a shoreline circle. Even I thought that so. But seems like BGMI gods, they've proved all of us wrong, Johnny.
It's a curveball for everyone, not just the players. And while you were hoping for a shoreline circle, you were expecting it. I was praying for it, but turns out they were denied. Anyways, I mean, this does lead to a comfortable position for every single team that's stuck around in the city. And CS Esport finally can take advantage of this high ground. They've managed to secure a knock against the players of LNC, but as soon as they take down Bullseye, the rest of the team refuses to move out of that factory. Maybe he has his crosshair placed perfectly. Although the shots are not going to be as perfect. Yash makes it through to the other side, and LNC will be back again in this game with a 4-man roster in just a few more minutes.
It's very risky for CS Esports to actually make so much noise inside of Los Leones, considering there are so many teams in the vicinity. Have a look at this. You've got Team Youngblood, and they certainly had a loss very early on in the game. And now you have Team G2. G2 Battlegrounds were also entering the picture. Youngbloods, for whom, of course, Nitro and Spartan are the only two players surviving. I'm not really sure if this is the best place for you to stay. Because two teams encapsulating you in a sandwich situation will always be a problem, especially if we don't have all 4 players standing. But now look at this, the circle finally starting to take shape, and the teams, they're making their way in. I love the fact that CHEMIN Esports, initially they were being gatekept by PLT, but now have a look at this, they have the dead center of the circle. This is how good this team is when they are rotating, Johnny.
Exactly, rotations are just perfect. Information, the way they gather it is perfect as well. But survival, how perfect is that going to be? Because all of a sudden now we're going to see teams pile on upon the lads of CHEMIN Esports. But Jux, they were the ones rotating late, but Seal, they stayed back towards that southern edge and now finally show up to challenge Jux. Jux Esports, they've been caught off guard. Amazing, he's out on the run. He has a teammate there to help him out. And what a great escape this is! Wow, they actually managed to get away. There's no way why he connects this spray. It's too much distance.
I mean, it did connect, but then the buggy has always been a very difficult weapon, a very difficult vehicle to crack. On the other side, it's SEPOY Mutiny versus PL Dominators. A one-on-one trade, and 2 players have been knocked out on either side. Gupper is still standing up tall, but he's the only one who is still standing. And that's exactly the problem. Nades come flying in, Molotovs come flying in as well. It seems like it's going to be an utility barrage on it. Do you think he's going to be able to survive that?
Well, that's going to be tough, but let's see. SEPOY, they're not letting this one go. For sure, Bad running to the either sides of the rock. The information get away, but the pre-fire is going to be perfect. And Bad, what a way to win that duel. What a way to clutch out this fight. An amazing performance. Stone in the backline. It is so lucky. Stone had 30 rounds left on that shotgun. Now, I wonder how many rounds does he have for that M4.
30 on the shotgun is not that bad, honestly. I mean, imagine if you had 30 pellets on a shotgun and 1 or 2 bullets is enough to get you a finish, then possibly you can get 15 finishes if you connect all the bullets. I know my math is right? It does not include RNG.
Exactly, that's the thing. You are correct, but you're thinking about the fact that you connect all the shots that you fire. No, my friend. Nowadays, when you use a shotgun, you just spam it around the corner with your eyes closed, just hoping to see if you hit someone.
Oh yeah, for sure. And the shotguns have actually become the meta guns for a while now. I don't really see them changing, Johnny. And initially it was the DBS, but after the nerf, there are a lot of players who are preferring the S12K. Honestly, I've always loved the S12K, but it was the era of 2021, 2022 when the international players started using S12K, and that is when it really got incorporated in our region as well. It's been an amazing journey so far, but for now, I think the M4s are always going to be relevant, and Hunters. He's been brilliant even on the map of Erangel. These long-range sprays, you remember that from top of the building, the way he connected? This man is precise.
Yeah, Hunters definitely important addition to the team, to the side of Reckoning. This is something that me and Necro were talking about, and you also brought it up. The roster changes, the massive roster changes Reckoning went through, especially with Punk moving out, and of course Immortal as well. Not in the playing 4 right now. Everyone expected that, alright, maybe there will be a dip in performance. My question now is, where is the dip? The graph has just gone up in that game 1.
Certainly has gone down, but for now, CHEMIN Esports, they will be able to kind of hold back a couple of these teams. Reckoning Esports will be one of them. Team BLT will be another. Shot being fired, but for how long will this team hold on to this position? This was a fight between SEPOY, Mutiny and PL Dominators. It seemed like PL Dominators had the back foot initially, but then there was that one man, Stone, if I'm not mistaken. Was it Stone? Came back.
I think it was Bad himself who was able to win that duel isolated behind that rock, but again, as you mentioned, I mean, SEPOY off to a great start in that fight. They were able to secure those early knocks. The only thing that came back to haunt them was the fact that they did not finish those knock players. You gotta convert those knock players into finishes. You gotta finish them off as quickly as possible, because while those players might not be able to fight and you might think, alright, they are pretty useless, they are relaying a lot of information about what you are up to their teammates, which helps the other players plan out that fight. But talk about planning stuff, and feels like G2, their assault on the players of BLT, which was planned, has also been executed to perfection. The knocks are coming their way one after the other. Just one man lying in the shack, and even he is being put under heavy pressure by the players of CHEMIN Esports, who have just decided that this is now their turn to grab all of those finishes. Slayer, he's going to hit the floor. And BLT, they are still in this fight. Max extremely low, but Aditya is right there next to him with a healthy enough HP bar to continue the fight against the players of G2 at least.
Yeah, but for a while I think G2, they will have to do something about this road that differentiates them from BLT. Either lay down upon a smoke screen or some sort of a visual cover to allow them the time to cross over, because otherwise surviving over there is going to be an absolute menace. With the blue zone chasing him from the backlines, I think their job will be done and dusted almost instantly. But now look at this. Reckoning, they've been hurt as well. Gravity Jot is down on his knees. Hunters is quite low. And it seems like CHEMIN and CS, they're both charging in all together. Nobi is quite close up in personnel. Gravity Jot has been finished up. And Fragger OP is dealing with some other team altogether. CS Esports, we talked about how good this team is on Miramar, and they are showing it.
Yeah, they are definitely putting it on display, but I have to say, CHEMIN, they do not need to be a part of this fight. They are one of the few teams that are brilliantly holding on to the control of the center of the circle, and majority of the teams will just end up wiping each other off the map towards the edges. So if CHEMIN just focus on protecting themselves, this is an easy top 3 finish with their name on it. But CS against the players of Reckoning, a big fight, a prize fight if you will, and this is also a 3v3. On the other side though, Seal and Jux still at it. You might have escaped them once, but you gotta do it twice. Seal down 2 players, Jux down 2 players as well. Well, Seal is down 3 now. AimGod, the last man surviving. Will he be the reason that his team survives this game? completely juxed. Still struggling for cover, still struggling for those finishes. And G2, I wonder what G2 is thinking right now. They are under pressure from TCW, as we saw in the finish feed. I believe Reckoning will have a line of fire available for G2 as well. And then CHEMIN, of course, right up ahead, is going to try their level best to block them.
They certainly will. I love the fact that CHEMIN Esports have such a good position and CS Esports are holding the edge lines, just constantly peppering down the teams who are trying to make their way in. Look at this. Reckoning will be one of them, and you mentioned it, G2 will also be one of them. CS Esports have spread themselves out so much that now they are focusing on different teams altogether. Currently gatekeeping Youngblood, and in fact, it's actually a good job by Youngblood that they managed to survive for this long, but now I think it's done and dusted. It's just a smoke screen which acts as their guardian angel for a while, but Sarthak just peppering them with those bullets. I don't think he's going to survive for long.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy, especially if you have someone like Sarthak just spraying you down constantly, but one way or the other, the players from the opposing side have managed to stay on their feet. And yet Sarthak not letting a single one step out in the open. I believe they are going to run out of smoke soon. And Youngblood, again, the blood is going to be spilled on the sands of Miramar. CS already up to 9 eliminations, although their star player from this map has been finished off. Newbie picked off in the early stages, but look at this. We have Doxy plays going for the push on the players of Reckoning. HP might not be there, but the confidence sure is, and it will pay dividends for the players of G2 as they go ahead and wipe out the side of Reckoning Esports from this game. And this is a brilliant position secured by them for the endgame situations. All they have to do is avoid CHEMIN Esports up until the last moments. But Luffy, a big mistake in scouting for information as he reveals himself to Fragger. And a brilliant spray connected by Fragger is going to result in the players of G2 being extremely low. No cover. Sarthak, he's running out of ammo. Just 30 in the mag and 4 rounds in the bag.
Not a lot, absolutely not a lot. And G2, this is a blunder from their side. An advantage created for CHEMIN Esports just because G2 wanted a little bit more information. But one by one, their players started to fall. And the fall was massive. It is Mayday for this team. CHEMIN Esports still trying to survive, and it seems like CS Esports might not give them the time to breathe. Only 3 teams and 9 players are remaining in this fight. Fragger OP does have the high ground, but he still needs to move 30 meters to get inside the circle. And that's going to be tough, Johnny.
Well, it is definitely going to be tough. It's not going to be easy at all. Especially considering that CS have a decent control of the circle itself. TCW on the other side of the ridge, they will have to run down the slope where Guru is if they want to force CS and CHEMIN to fight amongst themselves, but it's not going to be easy. Those 2 teams are quite experienced and they will realize how to prioritize their targets. 2 players from the side of CS make that one as a brilliant nade from Fury is going to make sure that Sarthak will not be a part of the action anymore. Fragger in the backlines is trying to see if he can get a trade 1 player away from the side of CES, CHEMIN Esports, but it's not going to be easy. 4 players still surviving, all of them holding strong, and Altu knows where Fragger is. The SMG is good at close range, but his position is revealed. What timing on that prone. Saves him from that exit, but the Molotov will do the trick, and CHEMIN, an incredible job done in wrapping things up against that team, but now it's down to the top 2, TCW against CHEMIN Esports.
Absolutely, 3v4 situation. CHEMIN Esports still surviving with the 4 players. But Altu, the revival was important and now he has it. In terms of zone coverage, it seems like there is a 50-50 opportunity for both, but the high ground advantage for CHEMIN Esports is going to give them a massive advantage. The visuals, the line of sight that they have right now, they certainly can dictate this fight. But how can TCW make a comeback? It's all with the utility. Pushback Fury and Venom make them take the electric shock from the blue zone. But as of now, it seems like CHEMIN Esports, they want to confuse. They want to confuse the other party. Look at Altu. Look at the moves from the buggy itself. He wants to go into the enemy lines. Risky. And there you go. Punishment being delivered, Johnny.
Well. Punishment is definitely going to be delivered, but are they going to take this lie down, or will they stand up and retaliate? That is always the biggest concern for everyone. And this time, The 3v3 between these two teams to decide the winner of this game. CHEMIN Esports quite desperate. Both the teams quite desperate, in fact, for this win after the blunders that took place on the previous map of Erangel. And to kick things off, it is going to be Fury who dishes out a massive chunk of damage onto, I believe, Guru from the side of TCW. And as the players of TCW, they fall back to recover. Venom uses the time as an advantage and changes position with Fury. Both the players now holding on to that slope while Redhawk stays in the back lines to provide cover fire for his teammate and take down anyone from the side of TCW spotted out. Jax OP is going to be the first man to reveal himself. Takes a massive chunk of damage upon him. But Fury with the charge, the shotguns come into play. Venom extremely low. The advantage in the hands of TCW. It's a 1v2. And Redhawk in the backline has the MG3 in his hands. He can make this work. But Guru has brought him extremely low. And the last man is there to close it all out. TCW, they steal the win away from CHEMIN Esports in an incredible manner. CHEMIN, who were controlling the circle for majority of the game, probably 80% of the match, in the very end dropped the ball. And TCW, again, what an incredible play. And this is what we were talking about when we kicked things off as well with the day. It is the new teams that are outplaying the veterans, and that in itself is quite amazing to witness.
Absolutely. I mean, you look at the final fight, you saw that CHEMIN Esports had all the advantage, be it the numbers advantage, be it the positional advantage. There was a risky play from Altu to just try and run around the buggy. But then once he was down, it seems like TCW had all the confidence in the world that they can go in and shut down CHEMIN Esports. And what a shutdown it was. Certainly a statement, but also a statement from CS Esports as well. A lot of frags in their bag.
Yeah, a lot of frags in the bag. And of course, the final fight was quite enticing. It was exhilarating to witness. But I think one of the biggest challenges in this particular map was the zone shift itself. First, we thought it was going to be towards the southern hills of Los Leones. No. Then I thought, all right, maybe the main city. Turns out even that wasn't the play of the circle. It just moves and forces everyone outside the city. And it was such an uncomfortable rotation for majority of the teams. Because if you notice right now, I think the meta, or well, the zone meta right now, what the players have decided is going to be is you just run towards the center of the circle in stage 1, stage 2, and then you just stay there till the end, hoping you stay alive and the zone doesn't move away from you. And amongst all of this, I really love what Jux is actually trying to do. They are playing against the norm. When everyone holds the center of the circle, they are the furthest ones away. When everyone is trying to play the edge, they're the ones pushing for the center. So Jux, I mean, I don't know what's running through their heads, but whatever it is, it's good.
It certainly is working, right? I mean, as a matter of fact, if you see, not a lot of position points to show for it, but at least what they're opting for is a high risk, high reward situation. They're staying outside the circle, trying to be there to loot and stock up on the ammunition, on the healing utility. But once they rotate in, they choose the easiest pathway. For this map, it was the Western Highway, and we saw how effectively they used it to make that entry inside the circle. And speaking of rotations, Johnny, I think another team you have to talk about is going to be CHEMIN Esports, because you still remember they were being gatekept by team BLT for a while, but then the way they evaded that fight and then made their way to the center of the circle and they dominated everyone, that was perfect.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, I mean, avoiding fights can sometimes be extremely important as well. When it is going to mess up with your rotation timing, you better avoid the action and focus on the positional play. And that is what CHEMIN did perfectly. I mean, it would have been better for them had they secured the chicken dinner as well, but then we wouldn't be this excited, right? Anyways, I think it is time to focus on the numbers of this matchup. We're going to have a look at the MVP and then move forward to the top 5 players. But that brings me to my next question for you. Who do you think is going to be the MVP of the game? Which individual caught your eye in this game?
A very easy question, Johnny. You got to ask me more difficult ones. It has to be Newbie from CS Esports. 7 finishes on that lad. I think it's a very easy pick. He will be the MVP. But you know what? He certainly was the MVP of the map of Miramar, but there are thousands and thousands of people who are waiting out there who also have the potential to become MVPs in the matches of the BGIS that's here to come. How do they participate in the BGIS? So, do you know some secret sauce about it?
Well, there's a link that's there on the screen. It's going to be there on the broadcast as well. You go and you register your teams for the BGIs. It is as simple as that. Of course, you will need 4 players to be in your team if you want to register and compete in the matches. And once you have those players, just compete to the best of their abilities. I mean, we would love to meet someone who was on this broadcast, heard us say, like, register, register, register. They show up, they register, they qualify for the finals, they meet us, and they say, all right, you guys told me to register, here I am, what do we do now? Well, we're going to tell you what we will do when we meet, but for now, we're going to have a look at the MVP of the game.
Of course, it's done and dusted. I told you, right? It has to be Newbie from Team CS Esports. 7 finishers, 63% finish contribution, and a map impact of 11%. Now, CS Esports needed that stalwart. They needed someone to actually stand tall, deliver the performance, and then show the rest of the crew, all right, guys, this is how it's done. I knew CS Esports, they loved playing on the map of Miramar, so I had high expectations. But to be honest, this performance surpassed those expectations for me, Johnny.
Yeah, definitely it surpassed quite a lot of expectations. And I mean, again, if he wasn't there, I think the early momentum would have been lost from the side of CS, because it was that early momentum that gave them the confidence to get a little bit more aggressive during the late game stages, realizing the fact that they already had the finish numbers secured, all thanks to Newbie. But as we move forward in the top 5 players, we have Fury from the side of CHEMIN Esports, we have Amazing from Jux, we have Jax OP from TCW, and Redox from CHEMIN Esports as well. CHEMIN, again, the most impressive team in this game, but nothing less than this is a viable output from their end as well. CHEMIN at this point, again, as I said, one of the best scouting programs for BGMI in this entire in this country,
yep.
I believe, is run by 2 teams, CHEMIN and Insane. And both these teams are always bringing the next future stars of BGMI to the forefront. And I think Fury, Redox, these players definitely have a lot of potential as well. But let's see how their journey in the grind is going to turn out, because as of now, it looks a bit shaky. Here are the rankings. TCW 18 points, CHEMIN with 15. But PL Dominators, they still get 9 points from this game. Wow.
Absolutely, and look at Jux Esports, right? 8 finishes on them, a similar performance once again.
Yeah.
9 overall points that they secured. It is 9 points. You've got CS with 16 points, and if you move downward, you've also got a frag heavy G2 Battleground and FFC Esports 8 and 5 points respectively. Youngblood, I think this is one team who has to kind of show up that young blood. We always associate young blood with aggression, but this is a team that kind of survived on their survival instincts. 4 position points acquired just with the help of 2 players who were left standing on their own on the map of Miramar. But we're gonna flip the pages and see Team Seal. Nothing really changes for this team, honestly, isn't it, Johnny?
Yeah, not a lot changing for this team. They've just moved up, I think, 1 position in the overall rankings, and have gotten a few extra points in this game. But Reckoning Esports, man, I'm worried about them. I want to take every praise I said about them in game number 1, but I really can't. They played that game extremely well. This time around, they might have dropped the ball, but I will still be hopeful about this team. Reckoning Esports is a big name in the esports scene in this country, and you do not expect them to be on that second page. You do not expect them to miss out on qualification. So, yeah, they have to step up no matter what happens in the game of Sanhok. I believe with the amount of firepower they have, securing those finish points on Sanhok should not really be a challenge for a team like Reckoning.
Exactly. I think on Sanhok, they purely have to focus on their aggression. We saw how effective Hunter is. We saw how effective Immortal is. And of course, with Shikari and Gravity in the mix of things as well, who are exceptional naders, I think Sanhok will be the ideal map for this team. But you also mentioned about the CHEMIN Esports scouting side of things, and I'm so happy that these lads who were playing for Celsius Esports before, they played for Celsius Esports just a while ago, now they're playing for a big team, CHEMIN Esports, who were number 1 in the grind. They're doing so much better. But ladies and gentlemen, I think it's not the only thing that we have for you guys. It's also very interesting, which is actually coming across your way right about now.
Action redefined, even on the go. Download Bullet Echo today.
A new game from Crafton India Esports, Bullet Echo, which does test your reflexes, and Johnny has been trying it out for a while. Apparently, his reflexes still work. I'm not really sure how. He's past that age where he's supposed to have a good reflexes, but well, at least he looks very young right now with the new haircut.
Yeah, the reflexes work. It's the eyesight that I was struggling with at this point. And with Bullet Echo, I don't really have to focus too much. It's top down. I see everything from up above. It's much easier to play for me. And it is a lot of fun. I'm not even kidding. I mean, especially you guys need to join me, you and Necro. It's going to be fun with you guys as well.
We'll definitely want to do that. We're definitely going to do that. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the teams once again who are going to be playing the map of Sanhok. Certainly a great start for X7 officials. Could not really carry on that momentum, even for CHEMIN Esports, right? CS Esports really made that bounce back. Jux Esports and PL Dominators have been very, very consistent. But I think the main eyesight will be on Reckoning Esports and CS Esports. Talking about eyesight, I think Johnny's eyesight has had a bit of an issue. So we're going to switch him up with a small change. Mr. Necro, my very good friend, is back up on the panel. I'm going to ask you, Necro, on the map of Sanhok, who are you fancying to actually get that big chicken?
It's a really tough question. You know, I could have said CHEMIN Esports if I wanted to, but unfortunately the heal battles don't work. So I think CHEMIN Esports are definitely going to be having a lot of struggles. But if you talk about who's going to be the one to take the chicken dinner, then I'm going to go with CS Esports. I think the CS Esports so far, they're quite desperate to get a chicken dinner on their hands. It was Newbie who managed to get a lot of elimination points. That's why CS Esports is decent still on the board. But if Newbie wouldn't have popped off, CS Esports still would have continued to struggle. So I want to see CS Esports get that constant flow of points in their bank accounts.
They certainly need that, right? I mean, they got 0 points from the first game, 16 points in the second game. And from the theory, from the statistics that we have derived from the first 2 days of the grind, we know that after playing 3 games, to be safe and sound in the competition, you need at least about 30 points so that you know your qualification is guaranteed. So another 15-pointer is required, which is not going to be easy, Necro. A chicken dinner with 5 finishes or 10 finishes with 5 position points. Which one would you think is easier?
I think so. 10 finishes with 5 position points should be the one to sort of aim for. If you're talking about CS Esports, they are known for their aggression, and I guess CS Esports should be able to showcase that aggression once again. Now, going back to Reckoning Esports' conversation, Reckoning Esports, they're trying their best to be consistent inside of the game. The first game was incredibly well played by Reckoning, so I guess they have already managed to get a decent amount of points on the belt. And now that you move on forward to the upcoming game, which is going to be the game of Sanhok, even another team that can be a big contenders is PL. PL, they showcased some decent amount of performance in the first one. I think so once again, now that they're going to be back in the game of Sanhok, things can definitely be mixed up, and they will probably be a little bit more better, considering that team performs a little better overall when it comes to the aggressive side of things. As we move on forward to the map of Sanhok, ladies and gentlemen, the plain flat path starts all the way from the southern side towards Hathin.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, we do have Jux Esports on our screen right now, and we've said, right, very consistent, very dominating, just always very aggressive, possibly one of the contenders for this match, Necro. But so far, talking about the flight path, that doesn't really change a thing, but it's a central flight path, which is always good to see. Now, the only thing which we need to have to watch out for are those early collisions, and I can see a couple of them already. Camp Charlie might be the place for the first battle. You've got Reckoning Esports and FFC. And mind you, Necro, FFC was a team who actually got their first drop clash secured in their belt. So it's not going to be an easy affair for Reckoning, not a walk in the park. I really want to see what is going to be the outcome of this fight. Oh, wow. Look at that circle.
I mean, it's something that even I am quite eager to see. And yeah, as you mentioned, the circle on the top left island, if Aiku Soul was here, they would have been really happy with that circle placement. Before now, towards Ruins. We've got a fight brewing up. Youngbloods find themselves in a big problem. Getting charged up by the team in the front. Unfortunately, the man pulls out a Car 98 up close and personal. It's not going to work out that well. BLT with a big advantage inside of the fight. Off the rip, it's going to give them so much confidence to keep on moving up forward in this fight itself. The man's got his hands on the S12K2, so that's like an icing on top of the cake. In the close ranges, it's going to be tough to shut down the team BLT, and also a well-placed nade to get the confirmation on Spartan. Even that man's taken down now. Ditha and his teammate looking to push in tandem. Another man falls down. Youngbloods, they're getting dismantled completely. There's a DBS in the hands of Hunter, but it's not going to last for long.
It certainly won't. They've been packed up, wrapped up, and sent back to the lobby exceptionally quickly. BLT very quick on the trigger, but it's not going to end. On the other side, we've got another team fighting it out. It's Team Rush up against Team SEPOY Mutiny. And SEPOY certainly not in a very good position. Mickey has been knocked out, but it's a one-on-one trade, Necro. Both the teams are 3 men strong. It seems like King Dim has found a couple of reptiles amongst those grasses. Could not really find that connection, but shouldn't be long. Linger 6 has been taken down, and it seems like Team Rush, they are finding for more. Even Muxy.
Oh, he's so lucky.
What?
I thought he was going to survive
Rush
for
actually
a little
finish
bit
it
more.
off?
Yeah, he did. I thought he was going to survive for a little bit longer, but then Boogie just got the final few bullets, and he shut him down. Nicely done, HTE. Even they're off to a great start. A flawless execution against the team in the front. Another team who's going to have a great start. So this game of Sanhok is off to a great momentum for a couple of these teams. And now in FFC, for them, this is going to be an uphill battle. Reckoning Esports at the top. They're taking a decent amount of damage from somewhere else. But FFC, they're not going to back away from the intentions. Still looking forward to press up on the charges. Yes, sir, he's a little bit far away somewhere else. He's given the information to the players of FFC on knowing where exactly the players of Reckoning Esports could be. FFC, they push up and they dish out a lot of damage on one of the players. Shikari's quite low, but he still somehow manages to escape.
I mean, he managed to escape, but he does have some cover. But the way FFC is approaching this fight, it seems like they will not allow the revival to be back up online. Hunters did try his best to actually try it out, and he finally reaches him. The revival is going to be there. The smoke screen has been laid upon, but what is going to be Reckoning's reaction to this fight? I'm pretty sure FFC is also not going to converge upon them, because it's a very unrealistic fight against Reckoning right now, crossing that much distance, closing in, and then trying to take this 4v4 battle without any advantage. Necro, it sounds like an impossible task to me.
Indeed it does. FFC with the high ground once again. They've got the overview. They've got the drone view of that entire fight. But speaking of fights, this is how the previous fight was executed by BLT. Young Bloods. Yes, they are young, but at the same time, at the heat of the moment, they're making some decisions that's not working out that well for them. And that's how they got completely dismantled and sent back to the lobby. FFC for now, though. Cam Charlie, yes, there was a fight brewing up, but the better way out of this fight should be to completely avoid it, because these stalemate situations are really going to stall your own gameplay, and that's what these players should realize. Reckoning Esports, they're continuing looting the things, while on the opposite side of things, FFC, they're quite busy in just initiating the fight itself. They're really compromising heavily on their loot. They've got a decent amount of bullets in the mag, understandable, but look at the med situation. It's looking pretty bad.
Definitely is looking bad. There's a massive split that FFC is playing, but on the other side, it seems like BLT and Team Rush still duking out. It seems like Aditya has been knocked out. One of the players from Team Rush has been knocked out as well, so it's an even trade. King Demon wants to run him over, and Aditya just wants to escape that embarrassment, but no, wait, King Demon, don't really do that. Fine, Team Rush are slowly getting their foot back on up, but it seems like Team BLT are on a run. They're on a momentum. It's a shotgun battle.
T-Rex shutting down the man at the front lines of BLT. Oh, they're still somehow alive, but then finally Team Rush is also getting shut down. There is another man, King Demon, in the back lines, but is he really going to be able to get the rest back up on the fallen players? He should be able to do so, but he's also getting charged up. He can hear so many footsteps approaching him. He goes for the fight. He commits to it. Misses a couple of initial shots, but he finally connects them in the end. Another man at the front lines, and Drax is not able to connect the first initial bullet, so Demon is now going to go for the HP buff, but he still somehow gets caught. Through the window of the vehicle, he gets caught and shut down. Drax nicely done. He was trying to patch himself up, but unfortunately, he was not able to do so. Drax makes some quick moves on the board, some quick decisions on the fly, but still BLT, they've taken some heavy blows.
Certainly have, and it seems like they won't really get the time to celebrate. 8 finishes on Team BLT already, but X7 officials are eyeing them up right now. And it's the utility barrage that I was talking in. They want to invade. They know there's a massive advantage. If they have been connecting the finish feed and the audio cues, no, BLT is down and dusted, but still they're paying respects. Still, they're doing everything that needs to be done so that they not lose out on their own teammates. Another player has been knocked out. It should be an easy one right now, Necro. Just a 1v4 for Vicky. Might actually go in for the revival on Drax.
Yeah, and that's what he's trying to do. BLT getting the resurrection back up onto Drax. It's not going to be that big of a problem. But even in the elimination feed, you can see Reckoning Esports duking it off against the players of FFC. 8 elimination points so far claimed by BLT. This is a dream start for them. They've already got a massive head start. Even if they do get eliminated over here, still, at least they will finish things off with quite a bit consistent. CX7 officials, they spot out one of the players, or both the players from BLT. And now look at this. They've also managed to wrap up all the way in the back lines around him. And this DBS up close and personal. It's not able to find the knock, but it finally does. Drax, beautifully done, gets the confirmation. Now pulls out the M4 up close and personal. But what was Drax trying to do? He wanted to go for the confirmation, but greed is bad, and that's a prime example for that. He could have actually tried just go for the fight against the man who was approaching him.
Yeah. I mean, at a moment he possibly thought that realistically, I don't really have the HP, I don't really have the time to heal myself up. Why not just go down with another finish point? And he had that player lying right in front of him. But this is what we talk about, right? X7 officials, brilliant cover, saving your teammate, always having their back. But now look at this, Reckoning Esports, they were on the verge of being dismantled, and they are being dismantled right now, Necro. What is going on?
All the 4 players in one single vehicle, that too in the map of Sanhok. What is Reckoning Esports thinking? Rookie mistakes being made by the players of Reckoning Esports, and now they're being punished for it. But even Seal, they're making some big mistakes themselves. What a big bounce back this is from Reckoning. And now out of nowhere, it's a 1v3. A big blunder even from the side of Team Seal. This is a massive choke inside of the fight. Seal had such a big head start in the fight too. No way, Seal. They just gave the advantage away like that. I mean, yeah, Matt is going for the resurrection onto Wild, but he will be able to do so. The patchup needs to be there ASAP. Reckoning Esports, all they need to do is just keep on pressing up against the charges. Considering Team Seal, they've got the man disadvantage to kick things off with. So already the advantage is in the hands of Reckoning Esports, and that's what they're doing. Wild is in the front lines. He's pulled out an 8. He's also cooking it to perfection, and it finds the knock. Shikari knocked out once again. The situation's taken down to a 2v2, and Seal, they find themselves on the advantageous side of things. Tables being flipped against Reckoning Esports once again, but this fight should not have been this scrappy in the first place. Seal should have gotten a flawless execution in their hands, but it's fine. At least Reckoning Esports is on the verge of getting knocked out, and yes, they have been knocked out from this game. What a big blunder that was.
This is what you call making waves, ladies and gentlemen. A wave of emotions just rising up and down amidst all the fans. Not just on Team Seal, but also for Reckoning Esports, because it seemed like there were points where both the teams had an advantage, both the teams were at a disadvantage, but you've got to give it to the players of Seal for not giving up, Necro. You saw that one revival which happened, and then they split themselves up. But this is how it all started. Reckoning Esports just rotating all their players in just one vehicle, and that is not something you do at this level. You will get shut down, and they were a massive 4v2 advantage, but Hunters, amazing player, amazing precision on that M4, knocking down 3 players single-handedly. But then Mad and his comrade just stitched together a partnership which helped them beat Reckoning yet again. That split that I was talking about, Necro, Reckoning, they turned their blind side towards that split. They had no clue. They were attracted towards one guy while the other person was constantly shooting them from the back. That was the recipe for success.
G2 on the move. And Team PL, Manny knocked out. The confirmation's going to be up soon enough. And look at this push the players of X7 officials are making. X7 pushing inside of the house, getting the confirmation instantly flown up. So Team PL, not that good of a start for them. Now the situation's taken down with 3v4. X7 officials with the advantage to kick things off with. Also a decent position inside of the zone. While Team PL, yes, they can have the hilltop in their hands too.
What?
Still, it's all about the man advantage sometimes, right? Look at the circle. 60% of the circle is outside of the playing field. This is going to be a tough one.
This certainly will be a very tough one because the only team who has good position is possibly PL Dominators right along the edges. X7 officials as well, they've got a very nice positioning, but look at what G2 is doing. I think they might be able to survive for a while, Necro, if they stay in the waterways because they don't really have to worry about anything. No shots coming towards them. And maybe a 4th or 3rd placement finish is on the cards.
Maybe. I mean, for CS, they're really good. Inside of Camp Alpha, looking all good. Jukes as well, making it inside the zone from the northern side. Even for them, it's all good in the hood. X7 officials finally looking forward to make some moves on the board. CHEMIN ESPORTS just looking at the bridge lines, making sure no one's going to be able to cross on over. And soon enough, I guess there is one of those teams that is looking forward to cross the bridge. Team Seal included in that fact. For Team Seal, I'm not exactly sure what the breaching point is going to be because every single shoreline is being contested by someone. X7 is holding off one of the shorelines, then even CES is holding off the bridge. G2 is holding off the extreme left. Yeah, it's a tough breach for the teams that are now going to be the late breachers in the zone itself. But it's not impossible. You can definitely make it happen. Team Seal, still just trying to scout things out a little bit more. If Team Seal do want a safe approach, what they can do is move from underneath the bridge. That can be quite a safe approach, so that the teams at the top will not be able to spot them and they can have an easy entrance on the opposite island. But as soon as they step on that island, that's when the real problems will start to knock the doors.
Absolutely. I think just surviving with 2 players, it will be a challenge for them to just cross on over. And like you said, right, just trying to take it underneath the bridge will be the best case scenario, not making any sound cues for the opposition to attract. But as of now, they're just collecting information. It's not going to be easy to cross on, to swim across this massive region, but it's certainly not impossible, just like you said. And yeah, don't look at the speedboat. That is not going to help you. That makes too much noise for the opposition to pounce on towards you. As of now, it's going to be a quiet... It's a very quiet phase inside the Sanhok, right? Necro. The fact that we had so many teams duking it out in the early phases, we had drop collisions left, right, and center, and all of a sudden, it's dead silence.
I'm pretty sure soon enough, the silence is going to break out into chaos. It's the calm before the storm, as people like to call it. I mean, I just like the fact that Jukes, they've got so much playing area. The northern side is completely theirs. No one's even looking forward to contest him. Look at CS Esports. All the 4 players inside of Camp Alpha, they haven't even moved out of that spot yet. They're just sitting over there without even caring about a thing. The next circle shift is going to be up north. A little bit tilted. Jukes Esports, they find themselves in a great shoes for now. They can't just keep on holding on to that high ground they've got. And then TCW, they finally made their way on the opposite side of the bridge lines, and this is not a good news for Team Seal at all. As Seal now, they wanted to make it on the opposite side. They used the bridge lines. I'm not sure what Seal was thinking. This was a big mistake that Seal has made, and now they will need to pay the price for this. The utilities being tossed in the front lines, and TCW, they're not going to let the players of Seal go away just like that. Hunter's knocked out, though. So there's still a chance that Seal can fight back, but now the match 2 softened up and nicely done by Mad. The nade's being tossed to perfection, finds the knockout. One of the men from the side of Seal is still in the water lines, and Wild is slowly and steadily trying to swim on the bay. And look at Jax, he's also underneath the bridge, just trying to spot anyone that's going to be making waves or making any type of moves over there. And Wild finally finds himself a little bit of foot cover to play with. He finds himself the footing on the opposite side. And one of the players is almost on the verge of getting knocked out as well. Wild, he needs to pull off a miraculous play. He needs to take down both these players, but he whiffs a lot of shots. And he misses all the opportunity that was given to this player to clutch it out.
For a moment, I really thought that Seal was going to make it, especially after the first two knockouts, but that did not happen.
Oh
But
my
look at
God.
this. What just happened in front of us? Jux Esports destroyed that vehicle right in front of our eyes, and that blew two players of Team CS Esports to smithereens. Sarthak still surviving, but not for long. His team LNC are also charging up towards him, but from the back lines, it's going to be amazing. And he is amazing with those sprays. A long distance spray, but it connects. And now Team CS Esports, they're done and dusted, Necro.
Jux devours CS. What a rough outing that was. CS Esports in the 3 games. They haven't gotten a lot of points. But look at this spray down. It's a mow down completely. CHEMIN Esports shutting down the last bit of remaining players of TCW. And they keep on continuing the march. CHEMIN Esports, they're also quite close to the zone, so it's not a problem making it inside of the zone at all for CHEMIN. It's going to be smooth sailing all across the board, but if the next circle shift is going to be on the opposite side, that's when CHEMIN Esports can feel the pressure. Before now, it's all good in the hood for them. They've got a decent amount of utilities. They've got some good supplies too. It's all okay.
Depends where exactly they are, how well they are placed inside the circle. They just had to ditch their position inside of Camp Alpha. And currently they're moving out in the open, so certainly they will be devoid of hard covers for themselves. As of now, on the other side, you've got Team G2 Battlegrounds is still holding onto the edges of the map itself, right along the shorelines. But there's an opposition right in front of them, and it's going to be X7 officials. Once again, the circle shifts up north, and this is a huge advantage for G2. If they can continue holding down this shoreline, I'm pretty sure this can be a massive game for them, isn't it, Necro?
Indeed it can. They're controlling the entire southern breaching point. If they want, they can hold off so many teams and avoid their entrance inside of the zone and deny them. CHEMIN Esports, slowly and steadily now looking pretty desperate, as I mentioned. As soon as the zone shifts away from them, they will start to feel that heat. They will start to feel that pressure, and you can see CHEMIN Esports a little bit in that panic state. They will need to move out in the open and try and close in to the next zone, but they can't do so because they know the compounds in the front lines are being held by one of the teams. And as soon as CHEMIN Esports, they expose themselves, it's going to be a big problem. If they want, they can utilize the smoke trail, and that's what they're doing. So LNC, the line of sight already completely cut off. The amount of utilities that's being tossed just to execute this cross is going to be insane. But hey, sometimes it is what it is. CHEMIN Esports, they need to keep on inching up slowly and steadily towards the zone. You cannot keep on wasting too much time. Nicely done. Venom finds the opener. That's going to buy them a lot of time. And CHEMIN Esports, now it's time to press the W. It's time to keep on moving up close and personal against the opponent. There's no stopping now. You found the opener. You need to capitalize and press upon it. But LNC, they have managed to blow up 2 of the players from CHEMIN Esports. What a beautiful nade that was. CHEMIN Esports, now at this point, they're going to start to panic, and they're going to start to feel that pressure. Another utility tossed up. Being Marsh has been softened up a lot, but still LNC, they've got the man advantage. No one's going to stop them from converting this fight in their favor. It should be an easy piece of cake for them, but Alter will be back up on his feet within matters of seconds.
It will be. Utility has to be thrown in towards him. CHEMIN Esports, they're 2-man strong right now, but look at the 2 nades that are flying in. Altu once again will get knocked out, but why aren't they peeking out? Why aren't they taking down Venom? It's a constant utility barrage. And
oh my god, what?
Venom, you are an absolute parasite with the Venom itself. The man fucking stings him. It's a dual knockdown, but from the back lines, PL Dominators really are hurt his dreams right now. G2, they're on the hunt, and PL Dominators, they're gonna suffer right now, Necro.
Oh my god, what was that from Venom? Just devouring 2 of those players in that position, that too with next to none HP left. That's crazy. G2, unfortunately, dropping like flies now. Dead. 2 of the players getting knocked out. Slayer as well knocked out in this entire fight. PL as well getting completely eliminated from the game. This time it's going to be Rexon, the last surviving player not seen inside of the game anymore. But look at Jux. They have gotten the entire zone control, Salty. Now they're going to be unbeatable. They can hold off every single team from entering inside of the zone, as they are going to be the controllers. They will manipulate the game they wanted to. And Nico outside of the zone now, trying to make it in. There's a chance LNC, if they do manage to get the knockout on Nico, then things can definitely be turned in their favor. But unfortunately, that's never going to happen. It gets denied instantly. G2 is done for as well. And ladies and gentlemen, we've got the winners for this game of Sanhok. It's going to be CLAWxXPIRAT.
Absolute consistency from this team. Erangel was fabulous, Miramar was even better, and on Sanhok, it's just a cherry on top of the cake because the way they played it, the way they played the circle is brilliant. The aggression was on point. They had to tone it down a little bit so that they can actually get the favorites of the circle, Camp Alpha. And Island isn't really that easy to tame, but then look at the way they handle all the opposition, be it X7, be it G2, be it LUNATIC, they were always on point. And I think this is one of the teams who is on the rise, who is starting to make waves, Necro.
Without a doubt, Jux has definitely impressed me a lot, and this is the same Jux that we've seen in 2023 as well. And now that Jux is back once again, definitely they're making some waves. It's not just small waves. These are big moves that these guys are making, and I hope the same moves keep on continuing on forward, even in the upcoming 2 weeks that they will be having a chance to play, or the upcoming 3 games that they will have a chance to play, because after this game or after this week, they will have a big break, so it's better to look back and see what mistakes you pretty much made inside of the upcoming inside of the previous 2 games, and try and make sure that in the upcoming 3 games you're not repeating those same mistakes.
Exactly. I think you brought a very good point, right? Coming in from the in-game qualifiers in BGIS last season, they had so much to learn. They could not really go in very deep. I think they got eliminated before round 4, but now that performance actually got them the invitation for the grind, and here they are, a completely reformed outfit, and they're looking very, very strong right now. Be it in terms of aggression, be it in terms of the way they rotate. Because, like I said, right, this island was not easy to crack, but look at how simple they make the rotation look like. And I'm pretty sure I will be excited for their games back online. But it's not just CLAWxXPIRAT, Necro. There were certain other teams who I was really proud of. G2 Battlegrounds, what do you think of their rotation?
Oh, yeah. I mean, G2, they had a good rotation, hands down, but once again, it's all about the elimination points, right? Yeah, you can try to play for the placements, understandable, but you're not going to be able to wrap up a lot of placement points. G2 Battleground was not able to back that position up. They were not able to justify that position. They had such a strong control point in their hands. If they wanted, they could have played a little bit more proactive. They could have relied on a little bit of more of that firepower, a little bit of more of that team communication inside of the fights. But G2 Battleground failed, in my opinion. They had a really good position. It could have been converted into much better things, but G2 Battlegrounds, I guess it's fine considering it was their first day inside of the grind. It may be in the upcoming 2 weeks when we'll see them play once again for the remaining 3 games. That's when G2 Battlegrounds will probably improve a little bit more.
Absolutely. But with that performance, I think at the culmination of the 3 games, I'm not really sure if there's going to be any confusion. CLAWxXPIRAT should be at the very top. I'm just guessing at this point because they're the only team who has been consistent in all 3 matches. I still remember 9 points in the first one, 9 points in the second one, and this one a chicken dinner. But PL Dominators, Necro, they also survived in very deep in this match. If you remember, they were still causing problems from that distance. They were still duking it out against G2 Battlegrounds on that shoreline. So I really wonder how many points did PL Dominators get from this map. Do you have any idea?
I'm not sure. I don't think so. They got a lot of points. The Dominators definitely got dominated quite early off in the game, so I don't think so. They had a lot of points to back him up. But the real concern for me is over here going to be CS Esports, hands down. The first game was not that great. Second game, yes, a decent game, understandable. They have managed to get themselves barely on the double digits. But then in the third game, once again, CS Esports getting completely devoured off the rip. It was a rough start for the players of CS Esports. Another team that was really impressive was, another fight that was really impressive was near Ruins that we saw. Those 2 teams colliding against each other. They managed to get 8 elimination points in their hands, and then later on also they tried to go for the steal.
BLT.
Unfortunately, he was not able to do so. Yeah, BLT is the one that I'm talking about. BLT, they took an outing from that game with 8 elimination points. I would say, yeah, you got eliminated quite early from the game, but still 8 points from a single game, that's a good outing.
It certainly is, right? Because we were talking about it. 8 points, according to the current point standings, is the average. or let's just say it's better than average. It's an above average performance. And when you get 8 elimination points, you know that even if you don't survive in deep, you're still sorted. And it takes a lot of courage to get 8 eliminations even before the second circle starts. I loved the way BLT, they were just rushing teams after teams and they were successfully taking them down. But the question still remains, Necro, who will be the MVP from this particular game of Sanhok?
Has to be someone from BLT.
Let's just find out.
Oh, well, it's going to be Nico with 4 elimination points wrapped up and the map impact of 7% and the finish contribution of 44%. Interesting. Nico was the one who was the MVP of the previous game. I guess there's probably going to be a lot of ties over here, and at the end of the day, somewhere down the line, even the map impact and the finish contribution matters. So I guess that's why Nico is the one who's proven to be the MVP, and also the damage matters, right? So yeah, I guess Nico was the one who just did a little bit of more damage compared to all these players. But yeah, BLT, definitely an impressive performance inside of the fights. Them being able to convert 2 of the fights back to back was super impressive. Moving on forward towards the top performers of the previous game, we have got Seal 2. Another fight that we need to speak about is Seal versus Reckoning Esports. Reckoning Esports making such a big rookie mistake, giving Seal a big head start in the fight, but then later on Seal making that fight super scrappy and just giving the advantage away to Reckoning Esports, but then once again Seal gaining back the advantage and shutting down Reckoning Esports. That pretty much summarizes the entire fight.
It was like a pendulum. It kind of moved from one side to the other constantly at equal pace.
Yeah.
You were talking about it. I love the fact that Hunters all by himself took down 3 players. Imagine stepping out of the vehicle, spotting 3 players and precisely spraying them down. I thought the Reckoning might actually be able to survive, but then that revival changed everything. And then we know what Mad actually brought on the table, especially after finding the revival. But you were talking about BLT as well, Nectar, and there you have it. 2 players in the top 5 fraggers, Max and Drax, 3 and 3 eliminations respectively. I also expected to see Hunters over there, but it's fine. Let's just move on to the point standings, ladies and gentlemen. And Jux Esports, 19 total points, right at the very top. This was possibly the game, the cherry on top of the cake that they were looking for, isn't it?
G2 Battlegrounds getting 11 points. Yes, they did get some decent amount of placement points and only 5 elimination points, so they got the 11 points in total. LUNATIC Esports with 5 finish points and 5 position points. They're going to get themselves 10 points. And then you've got BLT, which is Blacklist Esports, with 8 points in total. They have gotten 0 placement points, by the way. All of those points came in from the finish points. And then X7 Officials. Oh yeah, another team we forgot to speak about was X7 Officials. Even this team has struggled too much. So I guess if you see the overall standing soon enough in front of us, we're going to see X7 Officials potentially maybe not in that top 5 or not in the top 8 as well.
Yeah, I had high expectations from them, especially after the first game, especially after they displayed their consistency in terms of aggression. I thought that this team was well prepared, but no. But if flip pages, Necro, we do have PL Dominators. Position points wise, they did decent. 4 position points, which basically means they acquired the top 5 placements, but not a lot of finishes. And this is something which I was waiting to see. They had a lot of finishes on the map of Miramar, but not on the map of Sanhok. 5 total points to just work with. CHEMIN Esports as well, just succumbing to the brilliance of the underdogs. 5 points for them as well. CS Esports, you're talking about them. They did not really have a good outing, and then of course it starts dwindling down. Only finishes with 1. SEPOY, MUTINY, FFC Esports and Youngblood with 0 respectively. But overall standings, no surprises. Jux Esports with the number 1 position. You've got 41 points for them. I think I was right, Necro.
Yeah. Jux Esports at the top. Consistency always remains with them. And then moving on forward towards PL Dominators, them getting 35 points. As I mentioned, off the rip, PL Dominators in the first game, they just had a great momentum to back him off. But then TCW Officials with the third one, with 1 chicken dinner, even they managed to place themselves on the 28 with 28 points on the 3rd spot. And then Reckoning Esports on the 4th and CHEMIN Esports on the 5th. CS on 6th, and then you find G2 Battlegrounds on the 7th. So I guess the top 6 are the usual suspects, or maybe we can't say 4, 5, and 6. We expected them to be somewhere in the top 3, but unfortunately that's not the case.
It definitely isn't the case, but I'm pretty sure like when they come back in the next phase of the grind, there is going to be some sort of a learning curve that they are going to bring along with them, considering their experience. But as the page flips, this is where the disappointment begins, because X7 officials, we were expecting them to be up in the top 5 region, but they certainly have not climbed. After the first game, it was a massive fall. 12 points for them. SEPOY Mutiny with 12, Blacklist Esports with 10. Team Seal, another no-name in the community, not just making their moves. 0 position points, Necro. That's shocking.
Hands down. This is a rough outing for some of these teams. FFC, yeah, as you mentioned, 0 placement points. Team Rush as well, they've got no placement points, and then only finishes. Honestly, me and Johnny were having a big conversation about only finishes, and we were saying that probably this team is going to be one of those most aggressive teams that the lobby has to offer. And I guess they're only able to get 1 elimination points and no placement points. That's why they're all the way at the bottom. I guess OF, they've got a lot to work on, and this is something that they can learn from. Being on the 16th spot is definitely going to sting them. Definitely, it's not going to be that great on the mental, but sometimes it is what it is. You need to take this thing as a learning curve, and you need to learn and improve even more. Now, as we know, Salty, the previous group is done for. Group 5 is done for the day, ladies and gentlemen. The 3 matches are done. Now Group 6 is going to be the one to chime inside of the action, and I'm super excited. Inside of Group 6, we've got some returning name, and of course, some of the big names.
Absolutely, there are a lot of big names, but hold on to your horses, ladies and gentlemen, because names will be revealed. I'm pretty much sure that people who actually move down to the description box, they know which teams are going to be playing, so they are already excited. But for a while, we're going to hold on to that suspense and we're going to break it down to you. But for now, of course, we do have something very, very interesting which is coming along your way. Don't go anywhere, and we will be right back.
रुक यार, जिगल विगल करके दे दिया. Who's that guy? पकड़ बे कौन है? जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से. बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के. जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से. बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के. जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से.
So many known names in the community in that commercial that we just got to see, and one very interesting name, you know, Necro. Babu Bhai was the character who was getting all those finishes and was popping up in the finish feed. I have a very fond resemblance with this name because that was my first gaming tag. It's embarrassing, but it is what it is.
Well, I guess that's one way to reveal some things from Salty, but yeah, I mean, for me, my gamer tag was NS Gamer back in the day, but yeah, you know what, enough talks about gamer tags. As we know, now new teams are going to be joining alongside, new groups going to be here. Group 6 is going to be the one to join us, and Team Insane is one of those big names that is going to be there inside of this group. And speaking of some of the returning names, we've got Claw, we've got WINDGOD Esports joining us, we've also got Team Empire, led by the man himself, Empire, joining alongside with us, ladies and gentlemen. This group is also going to be super spicy. As I mentioned, Claw is over there, METALWINGS, another returning team, Stellar Titans, we've seen this team perform too in the past, and then you've got AIM Gaming, Cosmic, Ravager, you've got a couple of these returning names too. My expectations heavily are going to be from Team Insane and WINDGOD Esports, as they've gotten another chance to prove themselves. Team Insane, all the way back in BMPS, of course, these guys were the incredible performers, but then now, if you try to talk about Team Insane, of course, the previous lineup has been dismantled, and Team Insane, they have came up with a new playing force, so I want to see how well they're able to resemble, or how they're able to showcase this new Team Insane's lineup.
Yeah, of course. I mean, everyone is going to be comparing this team to the previous iteration of the lineup. That is definitely going to be there. And these lads have a lot to live up to, massive shoes to fill, and it is going to be difficult, especially considering now the previous group has kind of set up the momentum for the day. It was highly competitive. I think we have just had the first group where no one within the top 8 is on a single-digit point in terms of the overall ranking. The previous groups, there was vacuums being created by the top 3, top 4 teams, but group Group 5, I loved the competition that was put on display. Now, though, as you mentioned, Necro, not just Team Insane, but teams like MetalWings, WINDGOD, who have a few of the former Newman players. Newman, again, was a legendary team. They have Avi in their lineup now, WINDGOD, and a lot of expectations are going to be there from them. Stellar Titans last time around were, well, we saw a lot of potential in them. Unfortunately, they weren't able to deliver. Hopefully, this grind is their grind. Well, it is.
Yeah, the potential was there. Yeah, the potential was there, but Stellar Titans struggled when it came to team communication and synergy. Those were the major problems between a lot of the teams that were new that we saw last time perform. So I hope the same problems are not going to be continued. Instead, Stellar Titans knows exactly what things needed to be tightened up, and now they're back once again with full force and full form, because I want to see this team perform even better. Another returning name has to be Team Empire. Team Empire was one of those teams that made a big dent in BGIS, the main event itself, but then later on they were not able to qualify towards the grand finals, which was quite unfortunate. MetalWings, another one of those teams that I'm going to be looking forward to. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, the game of Erangel starts now as the plane flat pad starts all the way from the northern side, right next to Stalber, right next to Severny, towards the southern side.
Yeah, it's going to go all the way towards the military base, leaning heavily towards the eastern half of the map. But again, this is Erangel. You still have a lot of off-drop options, especially with the plane trajectory from north to south. You can start the early game from shooting range. Talba Kamishki is also going to be another off-drop option available to these teams, along with Ruins and the Pancake drop south of Pachinki as well. But again, early drop clashes within this group. How many do you think are we going to witness in this first game itself? As of now, with half the map covered, we do not see a single one. Maybe an isolated player caught off guard in the Yasnaya, but even that's not going to be the case. PMW IGL just keeps moving towards the east, while Stellar Titans do actually, in fact, drop on the Yasnaya Poliana City and take that early control for themselves.
I mean, Metal Wing dropping towards Severny. They're going to have some smooth sailing without any problems. The entire Severny area is not being contested by anyone. Claw dropping towards Stalber, interesting option being taken by them. Team Insane as well, just dropping towards the southern side. I think so they want to contest Milta, and that's what they're going to have in their hands. Team Insane, this drop location that they have changed up, I want to see how well they're going to be able to kick things off from this Milta's region, because towards Nova Repnoy, we do see a collision happening. And this collision is going to be deadly, that's for sure. Both the teams will be dealing equal amount of damage onto each other. But hey, sometimes it's necessary to get a good head start in your hands. WINGOD 2, there's a potential chance that we might see a collision over there as well towards Mansion and Lipovka, as there's another team, which is NRG, moving towards that side.
Let's see. A lot of teams already committing. And, well, of course, why not? If the plane path is towards the east, the circle takes us to the west, ladies and gentlemen. And again, quite a rare sight to see teams colliding in this position.
Oh, the nade.
DG, of course, the nade was quite close, but not close enough for the knock.
Yeah. I mean, DG, at this point in time, just trying to get their hands on a couple of better loot, better guns. This beginner loadout's not really going to help them to convert the fight this early. And now Verma's just looking forward to push up close and personal. They've got their hands on a couple of shotguns. Even Wizard has found a little bit of line of sight against the opponent in the front lines. And now the opponent's just on a move. Blast trying to just back away from this entire fight. But is he really going to be able to disengage? That's the real question. But he gets caught doing so. Not able to disengage from the fight. Zishan OP's in the back lines too, and I guess he does not want to be included in this fight at all. Ishan just backing away too.
Well, he's going to try and back away. At least one of his teammates is stuck on the other side, so that might be a point of concern for ZGDX. Well, that's going to be tough during fights. Well, it is going to be interesting to see how they progress in this matchup, considering No Repnoy again, one of the positions that's the furthest away from the circle as of now. And both these teams at this point are also simultaneously going to be thinking about how they want to cross over towards the main island, whether they want to use that No Repnoy bridge or maybe rotate through that military bridge. And if you are doing it in off timing, there's a very high possibility. Doesn't matter. Ignore the timing aspect of it. Whenever you're crossing from the military island to the main one, there's a very high probability of someone gatekeeping that bridge for easy finishes. And we do see Insane already in Milta. Of course, the players from the side of LZ present towards Ferry Pier. I wonder if anyone is going to stay back.
A lot of questions are going to be there in the mind this early inside of the game, and they will be faded away as the time keeps on ticking by. Military base was not contested by anyone. It's still up for grabs if the teams do want to go on and get that better loot in their hands. WINDGOD in front of us, and this WINDGOD lineup has been staying with each other for a while now. Max, Rex, Avi, and Savvy. Let's see how well these guys are going to be able to perform. Considering they have gotten some decent amount of time to play with each other, the practice is definitely going to be there. Hopefully they're able to showcase the practice and the skill level they have managed to achieve in such a massive gap.
Team Insane, we were talking about them. Finally, it seems like have decided they want to move away from that Milta city. Vehicles have been found. Players have ample loot to survive at least a mid-rotation fight in the first few stages of the game. And if they move out early, there's a high probability that they might not face a lot of resistance in the midst of their rotation. It should not be too difficult. As of now, farm is completely abandoned, so that's a straight line for Team Insane from Milta to the edge of the circle. But once they actually get there, then things get extremely tricky, because as of now, every single team that has entered the zone is sticking towards that eastern half. No one is moving towards the west. And if that continues, that means all of these 16 teams will just end up playing that first stage with half the zone, which can lead to a few interesting scenarios. But it seems like no up, no bridge camp might be the thing we get to witness from the side of Team Insane.
Team Empire. Empire himself, of course. Then you've got Storm, Ranadeep, and Reaper. Ranadeep, I still remember, Johnny. This man made a lot of impact in BGIS 2023. His gun power is definitely there at the top. The only reason why Ranadeep struggled a little bit was the team communication and stuff like that. But hopefully now that's not going to be a problem with this Team Empire. Let's hope that Ranadeep is going to be able to perform even better in a better form. As Team Empire, they've got themselves a decent playing field. The team in the front is going to be Cosmic, and they straight up just do collide against him. The compound's now going to be contested by the players of Team Empire, and this fight, this early off, I'm not a big fan of that. Cosmic, they're doing a fantastic job in converting this fight in their favor, but Team Empire, they're dropping down slowly and steadily. Finally, they do manage to get themselves in the advantageous spot, but it's not going to matter. The last man gets ran over. Team Empire. I mean, we were speaking some good things about this team, and as soon as we do, they just get eliminated from the game. This is not a good news, not a good start at all. Game 1 just gone down the drain.
Yeah. And the first team to be wiped out from this game was also, as you said, one of the best teams we were looking out for. But what is this? I've never seen this level of commitment to go for finishes. DG, they're just trying to mow down the players of ZGDX. That nade everyone from the DG squad. Well, at least 2 players ran towards that nade themselves, took a massive chunk of damage, but the knock was secured. It was converted into a finish, and the opposing squad now has been brought down to their last 2 survivors, I believe, who are hiding in that Nowhere Up Noise City compound. Still, there it is, Chessman, playing chess while everyone plays BGMI.
WINDGOD?
WINDGOD. Do you expect WINDGOD? I mean, they have a nice collection of vehicles, I have to say.
That is true. Some luxury vehicles. Before now, USL I was about to call them UFC for some reason. But yeah, USL. Oh man, they're making sure that the opponent, for them, this playing ground's gonna hurt. The position they have been holding, it's really being bombarded, or it's really being just barraged by a lot of these bullets, and they're making sure the vehicles are not gonna stay intact. They're trying to blow him up. Prince, he's catching a lot of hurt, but then the man on the left lines is also ejected outside of the vehicle, and they're trying to make sure that Prince is going to be engulfed and surrounded by the foes completely. And SP, they do a fantastic job in making sure the team in the front's going to struggle. USL getting knocked out slowly and steadily, getting dismantled. It's a systematic dismantle of Team USL, and I don't think so they're going to be able to recover from this entire blow that they have been received.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, this is going to be a massive blunder. They tried their level best to stop amidst their rotation and take that fight against the players of SP, but things not really working out too well for them. Star players playing like stars. I also love that name, Eragon. Only if he can turn into a dragon rider in this game as well. Although SP, I mean, initially, as you mentioned, Necro, the attempt to destroy the vehicles, take them out of commission, they had the right idea, the players of USL, but it was the execution that was poor. Because while just one man was focusing the vehicle, the other three just waited on the flank for a clearer shot. They could have joined Prince Denny and helped him out, maybe, but at this point, all of that is still going to remain a speculation. Ruler, the last man left from USL, is on the run, as you can see on the Northern Island, just south of Severny. And on our screens, we again have the lads from WINGOD ESPORTS, all loaded up with those luxury vehicles. That beautiful Bentley right there as well. And he leaves it behind. Anyways, WINGOD, again, an experienced team. And just like Team Empire, Necro, do we expect big things from WINGOD?
Why did you say just like Team Empire? Just because they got eliminated?
Yes.
Man, you're cruel. But WINGOD, no. I expect a little bit better from them. I expect some mature decisions. I don't know why Team Empire just straight up went for that collision on towards the compound. I guess they could feel it coursing through the veins that they are going to be the one to win that fight. But I guess sometimes the overconfidence is really something that drags you back, or maybe even the ego was something that dragged them back in that fight. But yeah, Team Empire, they have learned a lesson, that's for sure.
Necro, you're allowed to talk about ego, my friend. So for people who do not know Necro and how he plays, this man has the biggest ego in the game. And talking about some of the big things, it seems like ZGDX finally have been wiped out from the game. DG, they lost one player. Evan was wiped out from the map. He's the only man lost in this fight from the side of DG, but they get 4 eliminations. I believe that is a worth it trade to go for if you are the players of DG. 4 points for 1 given away. It's okay.
It's completely fine. DG, for them, at least they're going to have a safe outing from this entire area. It's always better to look at the bright side of things. And they've got no one camping the bridge as well, so it's going to be smooth sailing, at least for a couple of miles. Team Insane is there around the corner, but I highly doubt Team Insane is going to be staying in that same spot, considering they're outside of the zone. And yeah, this is what I was exactly saying. Team Insane on the move. Do not want to stay in this spot. Make sure they're moving towards the zone, or at least inside, or playing in the outskirts. That's how Team Insane likes to play, or at least the previous roster liked to play. I'm not sure how this new one's going to try to function, but WINGOD making sure that the players in the front, they're going to be taking some heavy bullets upon themselves. Just trying to make sure that the vehicle's going to be taking a lot of damage, but unfortunately it's not going to be the case. The players were a little bit too far away. SP for them. Oh, what just happened? The vehicle's gone. Is it stuck?
I think so. I think they might have just gotten themselves stuck over there, but luckily for them, they had a few more to work with, so maybe just a quick drive-by to pick up your own teammate can definitely bring them out of that awkward position that they were in. In the meanwhile, though, Claw on our screens, another big name. A lot of expectations from this team. We've seen them in the past. They have always delivered and live up to the hype that was there about them before the tournament, before the matchup, and this time as well. I think from Claw, a bare minimum what you expect is going to be a top 3 in this game, in a lobby like this. And the players right now are holding quite a wonderful position. They're just south of Everest. That is an important compound. You do not take a lot of hits from the teams at the top of that hill. And of course, the farms down south, you will have a lot of information about the teams moving around in those farms. So Claw, if they can protect those compounds, I believe, should have a decent outing in the game. But what about Team Insane, Necro? What are your thoughts on them and their run in this matchup so far? They're just moving around the Gatka fields now when the stage 3 is about to begin.
Yeah, it's really hard for me to have any type of thoughts about this team considering they've done nothing. They've just been moving from place to place. So it's really tough for me to say anything or make any type of claims. But I guess I just got to let the flow of the game take over for a while and see how the decision-making from Team Insane is going to be in the future. I mean, up till now, they haven't taken any fights. They haven't been taking a lot of damage upon themselves. So I guess the rotations, they've been pretty clean. The man who's trying to lead the charge for Team Insane is also Kalan. He's going up front. He's scouting some of the grounds. And then he's giving his team the calls to move in. So I like that. Team Insane, they're working, or they're functioning in a pretty well in a systematic way.
Well, hopefully the system continues to function as it is supposed to. Just like the system of the circles. It takes us back to Everest. MetalWings, they'll be happy to see this zone shift as it takes the control of the game and just hands it to them in the silver platter. But Insane, this might have been a blunder. They knew they were late to the party and yet they tried to contest the circle, running into a lot of teams. Lan, I believe, has taken a lot of damage. Even that vehicle of his, it's not going to be quite healthy. It can blow up at any time, and that is too far away for you to try to spray it down. But appreciate the effort, valiant effort over there.
Kalani's found his team a decent amount of breathing space, at least for now. Team Insane, they're barely on the edge of the circle. This is not a good position at all, considering there's a high chance the circle's going to shift away. And for some reason, I'm getting a feeling that the circle's actually going to shift right on top of the Mount Everest. And
I think
this
so
is
too.
when
this is an
players of
Everest game.
MetalWings... This is when the players of MetalWings can actually find themselves on a big advantage. Even if it does not shift on top of the hill, MetalWings will still anyways have the advantage considering they know exactly where each and every single team is positioned, so they can try and pave a good pathway inside of the next zone.
Yeah. And along with MetalWings, if the zone actually moves towards Everest, one man who's going to be very happy with that shift, it will be Ruler from USL. A few moments ago, in fact, a long time ago in this game, USL, they lost 3 players. Ruler was the only surviving player from his team, and he decided to play from the northern island of the map. He's still in North Georgia Pole City, and all he has to do is cross that bridge, make his way to the containers, and he's going to be safe enough for that mid-game. If the zone moves down southern side of Everest, then he might be in trouble. But if it is an Everest shift, Ruler, his chances of survival, they just go through the roof over there, because MetalWings will be the ones doing all the heavy lifting for him. But let's focus on LZ for a moment. They have found a very incredible rotation towards the hospital area and are going to be completely unguarded until the next shift of the circle.
Good parking, LZ. I like that.
Perfect. Oh, scratches the rare.
Yeah. I mean, this is one of those teams that I've seen park their vehicles in quite a systematic way, so I like that. Nicely done. Discipline. But yeah, this is how the fight got overall executed between the players of Cosmic and TE. Honestly, TE just getting shut down like that within matters of seconds, I did not expect that at all. Cosmic, they made sure that they're delivering some heavy blows against Team Empires and giving them a taste of reality.
And of course, that last finish itself was something else. Oh, but look at this. DG. Oh, that's long distance right there. Trying to see if they can catch Ranveer with the nades, but no knock secured. In fact, information given away to the players of INS now. DG, they're going to have to find a way to deal with this. They are in a very comfortable position as far as the circle is considered, but just for this zone, you never know what the next shift is going to look like for them. And with WINDGOD protecting the compound up ahead, moving around in this open area is going to be such a big challenge for the players of DG.
Look at the players just moving in together. All the three players trying to move inside of the zone. From hospital, they're going to find a clean breaching point, so that's good. No issues for now. There's no one towards hospital too, so I guess it's all okay for them. Even INS to find themselves quite a good breaching point. Another team inside of this group that is returning is also INS. We forgot to talk about this team, right? INS,
Yeah.
Ranveer, Inferno, Mortis. Seen these players perform in the past. Inferno has been there inside of this lineup. And yeah, I mean, INS, expectations are also going to be quite a lot from this team too.
Yeah, a lot of expectations. I mean, considering even
look
INS
at the
is a
shift, I told
legacy
you.
name. Yeah, right on top of Everest. And as you said, this will open up a world of possibilities for Metalwings. But look at the amount of teams that are rotating towards the northern side. Everyone wants to charge towards those containers. And Kalan, he's leading the charge for Team Insane, but he is isolated. There's a very high possibility he can be caught off guard. So he just turns his vehicle around and just starts to fall back. And in the meanwhile, LZ, WINGOD, and Claw, they have already found their comfort spots inside of the circle towards the northern half. Of course, Metalwings will dominate Everest for a long time. They will be able to rack up at least, I think, 5 to 6 eliminations easily in the next stage of the game. By the next stage.
Oh my God, Johnny. I see a potential fight brewing up between Team AIM and also Team Insane. They're right next to each other. There's going to be big storm brewing up on that side of the mountain. Team Insane is not one of those teams that would like to back away from the fight. So one thing is for sure, the contention is going to be there from them. And speak of the contention, speak of the position being compromised, even over here, WINGOD facing off against the team that is holding the containers down. AIM. These guys are also catching a lot of damage upon themselves. Team Insane, they've spread themselves out quite wide, and that's why they're able to deal the constant damage. And AIM now facing a lot of struggles in this fight. Team Insane getting so much advantage in the fight itself that now Team Insane can definitely try and move on and get a little bit more up close in the fight and get a better view against the players of Team AIM. And that's what they're doing. AIM, they won't be shattered and dominated by Team Insane within matters of seconds.
The only view Team Insane wanted was the view of those crates, apparently, because Kalan, that was an aggressive push, and Shadow tried his level best to follow up. Unfortunately, he was knocked down, but it did not seem to matter. By then, the damage had been done. Just a few shots on that last surviving player from Kalan, and it was a squad wipe for Team AIM. They have been eliminated from this matchup, as you said. Insane, they're going to be happy with the 4 eliminations they have been able to secure in the mid-game stages, but as we transition into the late game, things are going to get more and more difficult, even for Insane, considering they are still on that eastern edge of the circle, slightly outside the zone itself. And Metalwings, they have 2 players dedicated at the top of that Everest hill, watching the eastern side, 2 players watching the western edge. They will not allow anyone to take this position, take the top of the hill away from them. And luckily for them, all the other teams, they might just end up taking each other out in the midst of the climb, as we see INS, SP, and NRG, 3 teams approaching the hilltop from the same direction.
Oh, I don't like how this one's looking like, Johnny. It's looking super messy on this side of the hill. Even NRG is right there. SP is right over here too. INS just at the top looking down, and then Metalwings as well. If they want, they can be part of this fight. SP, they're not in a good position at all because from the back line, Stellar Titans can definitely dish out a lot of damage. NRG from the right too. So many teams with a potential to get knocked out of this game. And SP can be one of them. SP, they really need to watch out before taking this fight, but they've got no other option. They have committed too much already in this one. And INS, they're just taking all the advantage of the position that they've done. Metalwings getting approached by the players of Team Insane, and Team Insane, they're doing such a great job in making sure that Metalwings is going to struggle against them. And look at Metalwings. Modi is the man of the front lines, and he's probably going to be catching a lot of hurt soon enough. Team Insane is not one of those teams that's going to hold themselves back at all. They will try to take the aggressive nature, and that's what they're doing. Before now, Team Insane, I guess they're happy with the fact that they've at least got some sort of a high ground control and they can get the info.
Well, how much can you do with just info? That is going to be the question there, but LZ, They have a lot of info as to where they knocked the players of WINGOD Esports, because they are just running around securing all of those finishes for themselves. And now with just 2 players remaining, he might just be looking forward for those extra points, but do get distracted by number 1 Esports in the distance on the flank. And it's an open position as well, so you can't really head towards the southern side of the containers as well. Harvey just hiding in the shack across the road. Nothing else to do for him and Rex. They have to protect their position. They have to survive. Walk away with at least a few points. Luckily for them, they make it into the top 10, but a few more positions, 2 more teams to outlast, and then maybe they have a few points on the board. In the meanwhile, those Stellar Titans, they end up wiping out the players of Team Insane. Viper was knocked out. Hanny has been knocked out as well, and it is MetalWings again, the rulers of Everest, still ruling from up top.
Yeah, MetalWings has been doing a phenomenal job, Johnny. I'm not gonna lie. Look at LZ. This fighting that's going on inside of the compound, yeah, it's being converted in the favor of LZ, but one of the men was knocked out, and that just got me concerning even more for this team. Before now, Stellar Titans being completely eliminated from the game. Claw as well, dishing out a lot of damage on Team Insane. Team Insane, Shadow and Afu still alive, so that's a good news for them. And Team Insane, they can't just keep on moving up with this positive aura they've gotten so far, but Claw's making sure that Team Insane will be hurt as much as possible. With just a 2-man squad, it's going to be tough to deal with a 4-man squad of Claw. And considering Claw, they've got so much of the upcoming zone control, it's really giving them a massive advantage. INS, even they push up against the players of DG. DG, they have been completely wiped off the route. And INS, they've got the highest point control, at least for now, off the mountain. They can look down on all the teams that are there in the front lines and get so much information to back him up. Team Insane, they're making sure that Claw's going to be hurt as much as possible. And Claw, they're taking too much damage. Claw, they were in such a commanding position, but unfortunately, the problem was the cover. They struggled a lot when it came to getting their hands on a better coverage. And Inferno, even he's taking so much damage from Team INS. A lot of teams are being quite hurt, but it's all about being able to sustain that damage.
Well, even if they might not be able to sustain, Monk, he's still hiding in the corner. Shadow does not really know. There's a man waiting for him. Switches over to the DBS. Monk, though, won't really be able to connect anything. Shadow makes a clean escape. Afu already at the bottom of the hill. Will be able to connect the shot. One more point in the back for Team Insane. They were struggling in terms of position, and yet they managed to rack up those elimination points like they mean nothing. A brilliant shot from that DBS in the hands of Shadow, and he gets one more in the back for his team. INS, well, their job in this game might be done and dusted, because a leap of faith will not even be possible from the top of Everest. They just get taken out by the blue zone itself. And number 1 esport right here. They are proving to be number 1, because look at this. Every single individual is there with 2 eliminations on them. A grand total of 8 for the team, and they make it to the top 2 of this game.
Johnny, all of that is fine. How is Team Insane still alive? This team was in middle of a death zone. There were so many teams around Team Insane, and they still somehow managed to survive. That is super impressive. From the bottom, it was Claw. From the top, it was MetalWings, and there were a couple of more teams who was trying to take down Team Insane. And against all the odds, Team Insane is still alive, and they've also got a controlling position inside of the zone too. Look at Shadow from the top. He finds the knockout. Nicely done. Gets the first death blow. And now number 1 down to a 3-man squad. This is 2v3. It is still convertible. 11 eliminations in the head so far. Team Insane looking pretty dominant. And number 1 in the front lines. Even they're going to start to break a little bit of sweat at this point in time. Afu, even he needs to get his hands on a couple of more of these elimination points. Shadow's been doing a fantastic job from the top, making sure that he's going to be raining down hellfire against team number 1. But for how long number 1 can keep on avoiding the wrath of Team Insane? Number 1, they need to move inside of the zone, and to do so, they will need to move out in the open, Johnny. Number 1, they're screwed, but they've got the man advantage, so they can use that man advantage to get the traits in their hands.
It is still a very difficult position for both of these teams. Insane, they have the wonderful split from Afu and Shadow that can work out for them. And of course, how much information do number 1 esport have to work with? As you said, the numbers advantage, it can be a big game changer for them, but the player Moving out first, Lion is going to be spotted out. The spray from Shadow, not good enough to go for the knock. But Afu, in the meanwhile, he's kept his belly to the floor. He has hidden his presence all this time in this game, and he needs to convert this opening knock for his team. If he does that, the fight is going to be brought down to a 2v2, which can swing either way. And well, that knock from Afu is not even going to be needed. Number one eSport, they start falling down to the blue zone itself.
This is not looking too good. For now, Team Insane is just checking all the boxes for me. They're ticking all the boxes. Afu finds another knock. Number one, they have struggled so much, and they struggle even more. It's Team Insane to claim the chicken dinner. And what an insane way to survive that entire storm that was brewing up on the left side of the hill. Team Insane, indeed some insane gameplay from them. And this is the Team Insane that we wanted to see, and we have gotten to see them. Johnny, this new lineup of Team Insane is proven to be wonders, and they are performing super well. They're ticking all the boxes for me for now.
Yeah, I mean, for me as well, the odds were stacked against them quite heavily. It was a 2v3 situation. You have three players in front of you. The circle is out in the open, nowhere left to hide. And yet, Team Insane, the players, they maintain their composure. This is what experience teaches you, right? You analyze the situation first before making a move. All the shots fired towards those closing moments, the first shot fired was always coming from Shadow. Why? Because his position was already compromised on that hill slope. Afu protected where he was, protected that important piece of information up until the very last moment where he secured the second last knock of the game, and of course finishing off that last player. Insane. They were able to close out this match in a wonderful manner. And as I said, the best scouting program in the entire country, Team Insane. You take away all their players, it's not even going to matter. They're going to show up with a new bunch of talent, and it is going to be equally as good.
I'm not even sure how they do this. I mean, a lot of organizations, they struggle to find such insane talent, and Team Insane just does it super well. I'm not sure how do they do this, how do they make this happen, but once again, Team Insane coming up with 4 players that are insanely good at the game, of course, and they've proven their talent off the bat. Just getting the first chicken dinner for this entire group. Team Insane, they're proven out to be quite a dominant and a heavy-hitting team. Now, speaking of Team INS, at least they got eliminated on the 4th spot too. MetalWings, definitely the position game was on point, but they were also being favored by the BGMI God. So you can't say for MetalWings, yes, the previous game was a super lucky one, but the upcoming games is going to be the games where their metal will be tested to the fullest potential. Moving on forward towards number 1, definitely one of those new teams that is showcasing a decent amount of potential, and I want to see a little bit more of them.
Exactly. Number 1 also was quite phenomenal in this game. I did not expect them to survive that fiasco on the Everest hill slope, to be honest. I mean, that was such an awkward position for everyone. But this team did not just make it through. They ended up getting a decent number of eliminations off of that. And the way they did it was also quite interesting, right? Not really making a move themselves. They were just waiting for everyone to make a mistake. And they would just capitalize on those errors, small little errors from different teams, and they just were like, all right, 1 point from here, 1 from here, 1 from here, 1 from here. They were just picking off individuals from every single squad and gathering those points in bits and pieces. But in the end, it worked out perfectly. They were in the top 2. They had, I believe, 8 or 9 eliminations on the board, and that is an amazing performance with the new point structure in particular.
That indeed was an incredible performance. I mean, with overall how the entire situation turned out for team number 1, a team that was completely new, was really great. Now, speaking about some of the upsets that we witnessed as well, some of the teams that we wanted to see perform a little bit better, unfortunately, they were not able to. There are definitely a decent amount of names over here, and MetalWings is one of those. As I mentioned, MetalWings had a really good positioning, but still somehow they lost that positioning from their hand, and they messed up massively, and that's why they were not able to completely capitalize on the game. I'm not exactly sure how many elimination points they managed to convert from that entire thing, but they struggled. Another team that can be over here, that can be a big name, unfortunately, we're not able to do that great, was also Team Empire. Getting wiped off the bat like that was definitely a big blow, but I hope they're going to be able to recover in the upcoming game of Miramar.
Well, let's see though how that map is going to turn out for them. I'm pretty sure they're going to be motivated a little bit more after the performance on Erangel. But we have the MVP of the game, ladies and gentlemen, on our screens, and it is Afu from Team Insane. 5 eliminations on the board, map impact of 8%, and finish contribution for his team is 38%. And as we keep talking about Insane, I think, again, it is very important to mention that these players that are playing for Team Insane are not completely 100% fresh on the circuit. They have been a part of Tier 1 before, but there was a small little time where they were forced to take a back seat from the top tier competition, from making it to the big stages. And now with this banner of Insane, Shadow, Afu, Kalan, these three, they have been in the circuit before. It seems like are making an amazing comeback. But looking at the top performance, we have Afu followed by Shadow, and then we have Raftar from L2, we have Hydro from INS, and Inferno from INS as well.
3 eliminations wrapped up from Inferno. And I guess INS in general, they had a pretty decent outing from that previous game. 50% finished contribution from both the players of INS, so that means they managed to secure 6 in total of eliminations. So combined with a decent amount of points or placement points to back him up, it should not be that bad of an outing from the first game. Moving on forward and looking at the point standings of the previous game, Team Insane at the top with 23 points. Number 1 Esports, they're going to be there on the second with 14. LZ there with 11, and Team INS, as I mentioned, combine those elimination points with some positioning points, and they're going to have 10 in total. That's a decent start.
Well, it is a decent start indeed, but from here on out, I think Game 2 will be about creating those differences, and whoever manages to be consistent on that map of Miramar will definitely secure at least or take away a lot of the pressure of Sanhok before the map even begins, before you even reach that point of the day. But let's see how things are going to turn out. Number 1 Esports, I have to say that there was a little bit of luck involved towards the closing moments of the game as well. So I'm very focused and very concerned about whether they are able to close out the matches, and if they can again consistently be in the top 3 in Miramar, of course. But again, you talk about the big names that weren't really performing the way they were supposed to. The first name on the board is Team Empire, the first team to be wiped out from this game. Along with them, WINDGOD, again, not really what we expected from this lineup. And then on the 10th position, METALWINGS. I'm quite upset with METALWINGS, to be honest, Necro.
Exactly.
I'll be honest. Because Everest was such a beautiful position. They held it on for so long, but going for that 2-2 split at the top is what lost them this game.
I mentioned the exact same thing, right? METALWINGS, they had such a power position. They had the prime positioning inside of the zone, but they still somehow messed things up. You can say the same thing for Claw too. Claw were not able to withstand the amount of damage that they were taking, and that's why even Claw crumbled down, Johnny. Claw had a really good controlling position in the upcoming zones. If they wanted, they could have wiped out Team Insane, but somehow Claw, they just came under so much crossfire. They just came under so much fire that they were just not able to not able to sort of utilize the smoke grenades in the time. They were not able to cover themselves well enough from those bullets, and they pretty much crumbled down.
Yeah, I mean, but still, I mean, at least even in the midst of the fight, we were able to witness, all right, Claw still might have it in the bag. Maybe it was just a few errors here and there in terms of judging how the competition was going to play out that fight that lost them the matchup. And of course, utility. Whenever you see these experienced teams going up against newcomers in a lobby like this, that's that one thing common with all of the top tier teams. They are quite resistant or hesitant in using the nades, using the smokes. They just want to dominate the opposition in terms of pure aim itself. That might not always work out. Right now, the scene has gotten extremely competitive. Even the new players that you see are going to be mechanically, very mechanically sound. So outplaying someone just on pure mechanics is going to be extremely difficult. You have to make sure that you gain every edge that you can in the fight, and all of those advantages comes from utility.
Exactly, and for now, the edge is definitely needed for a couple of these teams. WINDGOD, Team Empire, I want to see them perform a little bit more better in the future. But ladies and gentlemen, speaking of performance, a thing that can definitely increase your performance are in-game cosmetics, trust me. So you know what? We've got a new in-game cosmetic for you guys. Let's move on forward and look at this. Of course, the new X suit looks incredibly amazing, but getting back to the conversations that we were having, Johnny, WINDGOD struggling so much, Team Empire struggling so much, MetalWing, Claw struggling so much. In the upcoming game, the performance definitely needs to be upped.
Yeah, it definitely needs to be upped if they want to stand a chance of being in the top 8 at the end of the day as well. Why are we saying this? 6 games in total throughout the entire grind. That is all you get. 6 games throughout the grind to decide if you're in the top 64 or not. And of course, no one would want a team like WINDGOD or Team Empire to miss out on the opportunity to qualify for the BGIS. It is going to be so surprising if that happens. But of course, I mean, these incidents do happen. But ladies and gentlemen, one more thing is about to happen, and that is we are going to abandon the airport that takes us to Erangel, and we're going to move on to the flight that will take us to the next game, which will be on the map of Miramar. And of course, as Necro said, important match for WINDGOD, important match for MetalWings and Team Empire, and of course anyone sitting on that second page of the overall leaderboard as of now. But again, number 1 esports. Now, we always talk about the big names, but number 1 esports, the team that I personally we will be watching out for in this match on Miramar, just because of how incredible they were on Erangel. And again, controlling yourself mid-fight is not easy, but they did it quite easily as well. They did it without breaking a sweat. And of course, talk about breaking a sweat, and Salty is ready to appear in front of us without any sweat. Salty, how are you doing? Did you enjoy the action on Erangel?
Absolutely. I mean, no surprise over there. The fact that Team Insane were absolutely road rolling every single team out there. So many finishes on board and such a healthy lead. And why did I say that I wasn't surprised at all? Because this insane lineup of Kalan, Afu, and all the other players, they were basically number 1 in the grind last season. They were playing under the banner of CHEMIN ESPORTS. So
yes.
that is just a direct replacement. All right, fine. You remove the tag, but the players stay the same, and that is how you just replicate the performance. Once again, the same consistency out there. I'm so excited to see this team perform in the biggest stage, of course, but to qualify to the biggest stage, you will have to be consistent right now. And I'm pretty sure with the kind of start that they have, Johnny, I think they are looking towards that round 4 slot.
Yeah. Exactly. I think that is what they're aiming for as well. And it's quite funny with how the rosters have shuffled this off-season, right? It's not like one player moving here and there. The whole team just ends up moving to a new different line, a banner. And it's not just one squad that has done that. A lot of teams have been shuffled around this way, where the entire team, all 4 players, all 5 players, have just upped and switched dogs. It's interesting. It can make the competition a lot more intense than we would have hoped for, but that is what we're here for, right? We are here for everything that is offered in competitive BGMI, and this is one aspect of it. It makes things a lot more interesting because, as you mentioned, CHEMIN was first last time in the grind, but we all know that when the BGIS rolled around, they did kind of drop the ball. We expected big things from them, and that is where Insane sort of started to step up. But now Insane's roster has also changed. CHEMIN's players are playing for Insane. So now what is going to happen? Are they going to do well in the actual grind itself? Or is history going to repeat itself where they do well in grind and then drop the ball at BGIS? What's going to happen?
You know what? I mean, considering how they've started, let's just hope for the best, because in terms of the future, nobody can really predict. But like you said, right, there are so many lineup changes that's happening. Even for, as a matter of fact, there's another team who could not really perform in the first game. I'm talking about WINGOD, as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
Last season, they played in from the title of Newman Gaming, 3 players. Avi, Rex, as well as Savitar. You've got Max from Team 8-Bit. Again, like a mix-up of squads. But I'm really hopeful this team does have the potential to actually go in big. Because if you remember Newman's performance last season, yeah, sure, they did not make it to the grand finals. But until the semi-final mark, I'm pretty sure they surprised everyone with their aggression.
Yeah. I mean, and Newman, again, when we saw the players, we knew for a fact that these players have a lot of potential. And even now, I mean, WINGOD, when the lineup was announced, the org announced the team for the first time, I was quite hopeful. I wanted to see them in tournaments. And this is the first time I'm actually seeing them perform like this. So the jury is still out of what I personally think about Newman. But I think we will watch all 3 games and see how the performance brings them on the leaderboard. But what is this, ladies and gentlemen? Game number 2 for Group 6 is live. It is the map of
Yeah.
Miramar, and the flight path, it is all the way down south. It starts from Porto Palacio and ends in Ladriela. At this point, reaching San Martin is going to be a challenge.
Exactly, San Martin, you might even glide your way towards there, but Al-Azhar, Tierra Bronca, Torremoda, Campo Militar, all of these regions, they're going to be completely alienated. And let me tell you, Johnny, like this has been the standard flight path for the past couple of tournaments that have been happening here and there while I was casting them. I used to see this flight path every single day. And I was thinking, when will the BGMI gods bring us back those central shifts? But you know what, right now I've sort of changed my mind. I've started to like these southern flight paths because they just make the game so much more interesting. These teams struggling, there are drop collisions happening everywhere, there are scrambled fights for vehicles. Who doesn't want that? Who doesn't want that extra flavor right at the start of the game? Don't you, Ronnie?
I do, but apparently ZGDX do not. It seems like they are heading towards Spartona, far away from everyone else. Los Leones occupied by just a single team is also something very surprising in a lobby like this. It's just LZ who have dropped towards Los Leones. Insane towards the northern half might be able to contest this team, but I think based on how they they might have also observed what has happened with the rest of the groups. They might want to take a back foot from this fight as well. In the meanwhile, though, Montenuevo, that is where the action is, Salty. Look at that. Metalwings against Team AIM. But no, it's Afu who's kicking things off.
Oh, wait, we actually got some bird hunting action right here. Team Insane, right off the get-go, 2 UMPs on Afu. Finally switches up with the shotgun, but man wants to go for it right from the get-go. And under his crosshairs, he's got the players from WINGOD. Now again, for WINGOD, the first game wasn't really ideal. They got themselves easily picked for right at the early stage of the game, so they definitely do need to make a comeback. And Johnny, as much as I've casted WINGOD's games, I'm pretty sure that they figured out an algorithm or a formula which works on Miramar. They certainly know how to reach the final circles, and I'm pretty sure if they do get a couple of finishes here and there, settle down those nerves, this game might actually be a good one for them.
It can be a good one for them, but DG now against the players of NRG. And DG, even in the previous match, they were doing decent until they weren't. Evan getting eliminated, the last player to be wiped out from the DG squad. They were looking for elimination numbers. They found them as well in the early stage, but mid-game is where they faltered. This time an early fight in Impala against the players of NRG. Will DG survive? It is going to be a tough one, but I mean, everything in BGMI is extremely tough. Nothing is ever made easy. Just like this, we had a southern flight path. Look at where the circle is. It's all the way centered towards Crater Fields. Why?
Yeah. Again, right? This is the norm. This is the new norm of Miramar, and I was expecting for this to happen, right? A southern flight path coupled up with the El Pozo circle. It usually ends up in the water treatment Hacienda del region, but
Yeah.
I really want to see some variety. Possibly another shift. Possibly if it extends towards Oasis. I know you love Oasis circles. I love Oasis circles as well. We both do, and I'm pretty sure the audience would love that as well. Imagine so many teams migrating such a massive distances, but for now though, we will have to focus on this fight in Impala. NRG very well split up, but I think I kind of like the positions of Detonation Gaming a little more, because that one split onto Devin, I think he can be the X factor, and coming from a point where NRG will not even expect.
Well, let's see there. Snake Eyes. He's going to have to turn into an actual G.I. Joe if he wants to survive this. Even from the flank, as you mentioned, quite an incredible position. No one's going to see this coming, but unfortunately for him, he does not really have a lot of ammunition to commit to this fight. Saw that UMP, saw that Vector. The UMP had 30 in the mag and 30 in the back. No idea about how much ammo he has for that Vector. Needs the ammo, needs the rounds in the bag if he wants to make a play. I believe Wizard is taking a few rounds to Evan, and they're going to play from that similar position, the high ground advantage that they have. Although it is a stalemate, that fight, and both the teams are going to end up wasting a lot of time if they stay there in Impala.
Absolutely, and they definitely do not have any compulsion to take this fight. Both the teams have their exit routes. It's very easy for DG to actually fall behind and go onto their rotation. Meanwhile, for Team NRG, I think it's just about holding the positions a little more patiently. And I'm pretty sure, unless and until they make mistakes, the opposition isn't really going to push on towards them. Because, like we said, the circle was very far away from them. They are in Impala, the circle is towards El Pozo. They have a long distance to cover. And we know in the map of Miramar, especially in these northern circles, Johnny, if you do not rotate early, you're going to have to suffer a very bad fate.
Yeah, definitely. It becomes extremely difficult during the late game stage, especially when you're forced to stay out in the open for long. LZ, as you mentioned, the sole owners of the city of Impala as of now. Not Impala, my apologies. Los Leones is where they were. Impala is where DG are, and they're in a fight of their own. LZ, luckily for them, Los Leones, it's just them. 4 players, the entire city, it's all theirs. This is a dream situation for you when you start a game of Miramar. The biggest city in the game, and there is no one there to challenge. You have all the freedom to search whichever building you want, however you want it. Stay as far away from your teammates as possible while you're looting and get everything done as quickly as possible. But LZ, they have to use this advantage and make this work for them. Because if in a situation like this, again, you spend 2 stages in Los Leones, then that amount of map control, it is just wasted. You had a lot of time to get all the looting done quicker than everyone else in the game, and that should allow you to rotate towards the zone a little bit quicker as well, but it feels like they are choosing to stay back in Los Leones and they're going to try and play from the rear.
You know, like, you call it a city, Johnny. I call Los Leones an absolute country, to be honest. It's too big to be called a city. It's the biggest city in the game, every single map combined. But you know what? The best part is for LZ, they don't really have to worry. There's a highway which actually connects them straight to Monte Nuevo. And if they do want to actually rotate very quickly late in the game, possibly they can take the path and sit at the edge of the circle. It's going to be very risky, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. But that is always a possibility. But as of now, have a look at this map. There is ZGDX who are rotating, trying to enter Valle del Mar, but I think they might just be gate-kept.
Well, and it is going to be interesting to see if the fight actually breaks out, because I believe it is number 1 esport, top 2 finishers of the previous match that are standing in the way of ZGDX. And there they are. ZGDX blocked on the bridge. Oh, this is not looking good. Ishan needs to be extremely careful with how he approaches this fight. Jayant from the side of number 1. The nade is perfect, and Jayant, an incredible job securing that knock. Looks for the second, and he finds it as well.
What?
Catches Peter just sitting behind the railing without any cover. What?
Not really sure what he was doing over there. Just expected to survive from those bullets by being on the cover, but that's not how it works. Huge advantage for number 1, right? They certainly will, because they know the 2 men down. There isn't really a lot of resistance coming in from the other team. They are looking to secure those finishes, secure the squad wipe, the first squad wipe of this particular game. A massive advantage for number 1, but I think this is time when they also have to realize that the circle is 1200 meters away from them, and that rotation isn't really going to be easy. On the other side, it seems like ZGDX, they instantly made a fallback. They knew that this bridge is not going to be easy is not going to be easy to cross. So now they're going to try from the Partona bridge.
Yeah, with whatever is left of this team, it's going to be so tough to make it the remainder of this game. In the meanwhile, though, talking about things getting tougher and tougher, and we see INS against the players of Team AIM. Oh, Vathar, do not overcommit. It is going to be so difficult. Inferno and Ranveer on the other side, and Avtar again just attempting the push again and again. Has a teammate fall up as well.
Wow.
But the HP bar for Thakur was already dropped. Again, another player about to hit the floor. He survived for so long. Ranveer, those whips, he might regret them later on, but Hydro from the backlines chimes in right in the nick of time, helps Ranveer out. Even if it was just for a second, it was enough. INS now have a little bit of breathing room to go for a reset.
They certainly will go for a reset, but I think they might actually go in for an ambush as well. There's a high probability. Have a look at this. Hydro has spotted out Freak, and now he's cooking up that nade to try and find that pick for himself. It's a little bit of a risky situation because if Freak does manage to take down Hydro, then it evens down the numbers a little bit. But I like the utility usage. Just not going in blind, just trying to kind of unsettle the opposition a little bit and then try and corner him. Freak also does not have the shotgun to kind of get those quick confirmations, and now he's getting shot and from behind gets the first knock but instantly gets straight at Johnny, and I think this is it. The job has been done for AIM Gaming.
Well, the job is done and dusted in this game, but oh, Mortis! He doesn't get time to go for a reset. He was trying to go for a revive on Hydro, but before he could make it happen, shots committed towards him from somewhere, and Ranveer is just trying to figure out where the gunfire was from. Where did the sounds come from? The last man remaining from the side of AIM is going to be spotted out in the open. Zephyr, nowhere left to run, nowhere left to hide. Ranveer, damage just out perfectly. He is going to look to go for the finish. Sees the pixel across the ridge. Another spray committed. Might as well just go for the push in the buggy. He has the S12K to work with as well. And of course, a lot of utility in the bag.
Oh. The buggy's stuck. This is one of the funniest moments of Miramar, to be honest, especially when your vehicle gets stuck and you know that you can't really do anything. You certainly can with your nades and try and use the ricochet of the nades to pop your vehicle off, but that takes a lot of damage. Yeah, that's not going to come out. That's not going to come out, Ranveer. But have a look at this. The first shot was brilliant. The next connection, there was so much time on both of these players. Shots went haywire from Ranveer. But then finally the backup arrived.
Well, finally the backup arrived, and it was right at the last second as well. Ranveer gives up on the buggy, just runs up towards Zephyr with the shotgun, but yeah, expected result. It was a 1v4 basically at INS. They get all 4 finishes. Look at that. Everyone getting one from the opposing side. Everyone's contributing to the finish numbers equally. And of course, AIM Gaming, even in the first match, they were one of the first few teams to take an exit. And even on Miramar, the story remains the same. Now is the buck stuck with the buggy?
Nah.
I think with Buzz got
fine.
stuck taking the buggy out.
For a while, yes, but I'm pretty sure I think INS, they've got more important things to worry about. Just have a look at the circle, Johnny. I mean, certainly taking a hard shift towards that left-hand side. Yeah. The edge of the circle is still outside the map, so I'm really interested, where does it want to go? Does it end on El Pozo, or it goes a little bit towards the trailer park region? But look at the northeastern fringe of the circle. There's Claw, and then there's Team Empire rotating very close proximity. Is there going to be a mid-rotation collision? That's what I'm concerned about. But on the other side, have a look at this. Insane in number 1, they're also taking shots. There are multitude of fight that's happening, Johnny, and I'm pretty sure this is going to be one of the most exciting Miramars that we have seen in a while.
Of course, it is going to be quite exciting. As you mentioned, a lot of possibilities of mid-rotation collision, and I think Claw is going to run into one of them against Team Empire, and it's Empire who can be caught off guard. He is on the run, trying to gain some distance against the opposition. BMW IGL, he's just focused on the opposition. The buggy slips, and Empire, I believe he will be able to make an escape because of this. Oh, he baits them into his team. He's trying to lead them into a trap, because look at the radar. The players from the side of Team Empire hiding in that building, and Empire is just drawing the players of Claw towards them. If this works out, this is one of the best game plans I have ever witnessed executed like this.
This was Team Empire in their prime form. They always do this, right? Empire specifically himself always likes to lure the opposition towards him, where the rest of his cavalry is just sitting behind. This time, though, it's not really successful because Team Claw is also another experienced team. You always have to give it to PMWI IGL. This man led his team to, I believe, the semi-finals of BGIS. A really great performance in that season. But this time, coming back with a reinforced vigor and reinforced ambitions. It's going to be their second opportunity, but for Insane and INS, I really want to see where does this fight head towards, because Afu right now is being surrounded and being encapsulated by players, Johnny.
Well, they are being surrounded indeed, but it is Team Insane after all. And this is the reason why you fear them. It was a 1v3, did not matter. Afu still finds the opening knock for his team, and he's looking for a second. The players from the side of INS, they back off for a few seconds, but Afu, he's not going to let them run like this. He is still on the hunt, still looking for the opposing players, and I think he might have missed a few sound cues as to where they are. No, they're on the outside. The nade is perfect for 2 knocks, and INS, they're falling left, right, and center. Inferno indoors, he's the last player left standing, and all of a sudden, INS, they are the ones who are outgunned in this fight.
They certainly are outgunned. There's nothing that they could potentially do, and now there's just one player who is still surviving, and Team Insane, they certainly have broken the back, but they only got 1 elimination point. I'm not really sure where did the other team's third part of this fight from, but Ranveer, the last remaining survivor, I'm pretty sure these 3 hungry wolves will be looking to hunt him down, but they have no idea about his position, and I love this. Ranveer has to stay as quiet as he possibly can. Just try and play for those position points. Maybe spoil Team Insane's game plan for a while. But have a look at this. Team Insane also moving towards SP. And they've taken down one of the players. In fact, it's Team DG who is taken down. Who is helping Team Insane into this fight, Johnny.
Well, Insane, they have to go for a reset if they want to rejoin the action. DG on the other side, as you mentioned. The breathing room provided to Team Insane. I think they are focused on their own agenda, which is to finish off the players of SP as quickly as possible. The nade from Vermos, it looked quite good. The damage is not there though. Evan on the other side, a spray inside the smoke. He catches Harsh off guard. That's the knock they were looking for. Now the numbers advantage completely in their favor. And DG looking for a squad wipe for themselves as well. Kuldeep quite close, hiding inside the smoke, inside that vehicle in fact. And Evan patiently waits for the smoke to dissipate. Sees the man on the other side of the buggy, goes for the finish. Nicely done, made it look so easy.
Star players. Certainly not star in this particular mashup. It's just Alan who found his escape. But what about Ranveer? I'm still very curious to find out how is he going to find that entry inside the circle with Team Detonation Gaming just marking that exit. But have a look at this. In the PIP, you've got another fight which is brewing up. This is none other than NRG. One player has been run over. Prince Deny. He's trying to get himself another one, and the shotgun does some magic. 2 knocks all by his own self. This man is possibly not the prince right now. He's owning the kingdom. But where are the rest of the players of this team, NRG? They are crumbling down like a pack of cards, Johnny. What do they do right now?
I said this in the last game as well. All that USL needed, all that Prince Denny needed was his teammates next to him. And this time around, they stuck together, and look at what the result is. 3 early finishes for the squad. USL, last time Ruler was forced into a survival zone, survival mode. This time, well, I think USL, they've taken a fighting stance. And this was an incredible bait and switch strategy from them. They just waited and waited. As soon as the team came, they got those finishes. Let whoever was leaving leave, and now they just go along their merry way.
But now because of that one team, NRG, they're just left with one player surviving. But look at this, Claw in a great position to actually gatekeep the other team. And I'm pretty sure Zod has enough support. Look at this, USL, you were talking about them. They need to take a fighting stance right now because the failures of the last game might haunt them. But I think the circle of this one might actually feel them scared even more. Claw right up front, looking to gatekeep, even if they look to evade this particular fight. This team Empire waiting in the backlines. A wider rotation will not help. Just like you said, Johnny, a fighting stance will be the only solution. But wait, hold on a second. It seems like the patience is actually paying them off. Team Claw is on their merry way. And that opens up a lot of space for Team US to actually move forward too.
Yeah. Which path are they going to take? That is also a question. I mean, an opening has been given to them. And Claw, though, look at them. Look on the radar in particular. There's another team right next to them and rotating along with them, in fact, for the edge of the circle. And of course, there's Team Stellar Titans waiting on that northern edge. And they find the players of Team Empire. But it is going to be Ranadeep who kicked things off in a brilliant manner. Viper was knocked out. Stellar Titans, though, still hold the numbers advantage in their favor. Not anymore! What a precise spray from Empire. He gets a very important man out of the picture. Hani, who was holding the flank for Stellar Titans. And now Shadow. If this revives, if this revive comes to fruition, then Team Empire is done and dusted for, considering it's the last man. But if Empire is able to deny the revive and keep the numbers advantage in check, maybe he can make an incredible play, clutch out this fight, and call it a day. But not anymore. He gets the knockdown, but he also, all right, denies the point. I like that. That's okay. That is still okay.
That certainly is, right? That's a very wise way, but I'm pretty sure the nade was not supposed to be there. He wanted it to slip through that staircase upstairs, but it does happen. There's so much panic situation going on. The adrenaline rush is insane. But talking about insane, there is a very massive rotation which Team United Soul has taken. Look at that. They were being gatekept by the likes of Team Empire. Now they were like, all right, fine. We're not going to fight you. We're going to take a very wide rotation and enter from the western part of El Pozo. Now, this is something. This is great sense of mind.
Yeah, USL, I like what they're trying to do. Even though they have the momentum of the game rolling in their favor, they're still playing the match at their own pace. Do not want any unnecessary fight. Do not want to lose out on any of the important points from this game. In the meanwhile, though, this fiasco on the northern edge of the circle is also quite interesting. Now you have WINDGOD who have the high ground vantage, Stellar Titans trying to push in, and WINDGOD trying to gatekeep them. Only two teams that are trying to contest the northern edge of the circle. Everyone else is present towards the southwest. And that is where the majority of the teams are. But Rex, can I get a few more? Monk is knocked down. Yeah, go for it. I like this idea. Go for the long distance nade. See if you can catch them.
And that's a 3-pointer for sure, but the range is quite a lot. But look at the circle, Johnny. This hard shift makes things a little easier for WINGOD. This game is in their bag. It should be. But if Stellar Titan manage to dethrone WINGOD from this position, I think they can make it there as well. A huge task in hand, but the circle actually made it a little easier. But the migration from the south, I think that is where majority of the storylines will be forming. Even USL, as a matter of fact, trying to make that entry, but WINGOD in a position where they are, the high ground advantage that they have right now, they will have visual on every single team who will try to make a move in the circle.
Well, let's see though. It's not going to be easy to make any more moves from here. 12 teams, 37 players still alive as we are in the 5th stage of the game. CLAWxPIRAT might be in a world of trouble, but it is USL. They just let him be. They're going to draw the fire away from where the rest of the squad is. And try and see if some breathing room can be made over there. Hani in the meanwhile. Oh, I thought Max was going to secure that finish, but no. Rest of the Titans from the Stellar Titan squad are still fighting to protect their teammate. And Viper, what a shot. What a lovely shot over there.
This is the second time Max got knocked out by Viper in a long distance engagement. This is the second time. So Viper is 2-0 up against Max. But it doesn't really matter. It's a long distance engagement. And he's going to get revived no matter what. It's just the healing utilities that the other team has been chipping in towards. But look at the radar. Look at the circle. Look at the number of colors that you get to see. On the screen, of course, it's ZGDX who is struggling to make this rotation, and Claw will make their life so much more difficult. What is Blasty doing? You saw the smoke screen, you saw that the bullets were coming in from that direction, but he just drove straight in them.
Did not seem to matter to him, at least in that moment, but what matters right now for USL is, can they bring their teammate back and rotate into the circle? I think the simple answer is no, as the man is going to get finished off, and the squad also decides to just keep moving forward inside the circle. But LZ against the players of number 1 esports. Number 1 last time were focused on eliminations. Exactly at this time in the game again. On 5th stage, 6th stage is where they start picking up those fights. But as of now, they only have 3 points to show for it. LZ Ronak, he's not coming back in this game. Prime even is going to get finished off. And LZ, they just get completely wiped out. And look at this. Number 1, out of nowhere. They have 5 eliminations on the board. And they also will be able to at least walk away with 3 players. I think Pradeep can be brought back into this match.
Yeah, Pradeep can certainly be brought back. And I think that is going to be extremely important. The smoke screen has been deployed, but making the rotation is going to be a little difficult because Claw will be looking out for them. On the other side, you've got MetalWings and a little bit of an advantage, so maybe that can also be a possibility. But now look at this, Stellar Titans, Team Claw and Team United Soul, a trifecta. A triple threat that's happening in Team USL in the midst of it. I'm not really sure how do they come out because they will have to take a fighting stance right now, try and fight out one of the teams and then go for the other. But now on the other side, it's going to be Devin versus Max. Max gets the first knock. He will be able to convert it, but will Detonation Gaming be able to support his fallen comrade? That's the question, of course.
What was that Molotov on Max? That was just brutal. And WINGOD, it might have shook them to their core as well as Rex. He recovers his HP and Avi is a little too far away to provide any realistic help to his teammate. Rex will have to deal with the players of DG all by himself. It's not going to be easy, of course. You have Vernus and Wizard charging towards him. Rex still at 50 HP. DG looking to enter the zone. This high ground drop, there's no way they survive this, even if they win the fight against WINGOD. So it is important to secure those 2 points as quickly as possible. All the weapons right now are faced towards this hilltop, and it will be very difficult to make that climb downhill. In the meanwhile, Claw using the opportunity, using their positional advantage against the players of USL. 2 knocks have been secured. Can Claw convert those knocks into finishes, or are they going to be stolen? BMW IGL gets 1. Jack, his finish is taken by another team, and DG pick off Prince Denny. So a few points do get taken away, in fact.
They certainly do. The circle, of course, closing in on Team Insane yet again. Insane did not really get a lot of screen time on this game, but I'm pretty sure that the survival instincts have kicked in. The first match, they go in for a lot of finishes. Now they know all they need is consistency, and they are moving towards it. On the other side, Amijod, it's going to be a huge battle. It's a 1v1 with shotguns facing each other, and number 1 Gaming, they still managed to survive. Mr. Lion OP definitely has gotten some work cut out because Alan Jord is still surviving on top of him. The smoke screen is the only thing which deters him from taking this fight, but I'm pretty sure he also understands that if DG Gaming get a visual, even his team is going to get eliminated in the 6th spot.
And again, as you mentioned, you brought it into the conversation. Insane. Carlin sitting there all alone. The only man inside the circle is the only surviving player for his team. He might be alone, but he's not obsolete at all. Not yet in this game anyway, especially considering with a zone like this, all of these teams, all of these 5 other teams, apart from Team Insane, are bound to fight each other out. And that allows wonderful survival odds for Carlin. He's using this opportunity perfectly. Monk, oh my goodness. The shot was almost perfect, but now Shadow steps in from the rear, secures the knock, converts it as well. Well, is looking to convert it. And Stellar Titan, they need these finishes. They are still sitting at 1 elimination on the board. Only 1 on the board.
Stellar Titans had a history of being very balanced in terms of both aggression and positioning last BGIS when they played. They really surprised us all, but now it seems like they certainly have their work cut out. Hanny has been brought down to a sliver of HP, and Shadow just looks to make that run of leap of faith. But for a while, it seems like Carlin, he's got 14 bullets in that M4. What on earth is happening? He has no ammunition. And now that M4, yeah, it's going to run out. Carlin, is he going to succumb to his injuries? No, he's still surviving. Man has a medkit to work with as well. I hope that the S12 gets him 1 finish at least, because after surviving for so long, I really want him to get some reward.
Oh, valiant effort, lad. Valiant effort. I like that play from Carlin. I am loving this. That is a top 2 finish guaranteed right there, because now Claw will have to take the fight against the players of Stellar Titan. And in fact, Carlin, it's brought down to a 1v1. If the shotgun gets this elimination, then it's a pure 1v1 against PMW IGL, in which PMW IGL from Claw will have the range advantage of the weapon. But Carlin, very important to secure this finish, and he does it as well. 4 eliminations for this man, 5 for the team, and it's down to a 1v1 Salty. What an intense game. And look at PMW IGL. He chooses to take the fight with the shotgun itself. Lot of damage on the player of Claw. It's down to a 1v1, and he still wins it with a sliver of HP, with a DBS. It is still not nerfed, is it, that weapon? But incredible performance from Claw, incredible recovery, and also that top 2 finish from Insane. Chef's kiss.
I mean, chef's kiss for sure. Team Insane, they're going to be extremely happy, especially after that performance on Erangel. They needed this on Miramar to kind of solidify our fact, to kind of solidify that hunch that yes, this Insane, they can actually go all the way. But you've got to give it to CLAWxXPIRAT, because PMWI IGL, we've been talking about this lad. He was in the top finishers of Group Blue with BMPS as well. He's coming back in spite of being an IGL. The fact that he leads from the front in a 1v1 in the final circle, this is absolutely amazing. And you know, we were talking about it, that the fact that the learning experiences from last season, it's all coming back right now.
Exactly. I mean, and all the top 3 teams did an incredible job. I'm going to include Stellar Titans in this conversation as well, because for them, just survival on that western edge was going to be a massive challenge. They had DG coming up from top. There was one more big name in that. WINDGOD was in that same position, and they were taking pot shots at Stellar Titans as well. Then there's a pressure coming in from the other direction, from the exact opposite direction from Claw, and I believe number 1 eSport was there as well. So they are basically in a sandwich spot, and yet they managed to make it into the top 3. Yes, the elimination number was a little bit low, but I don't think they're going to be worried about it at this point. I mean, maybe in the next game they're going to go all and secure those eliminations as quickly as possible and then move forward. But overall, Stellar Titans played very well. And what is this team, DG? Where did these guys show up from? That utility usage is just perfect.
And more than the utility usage, I'm actually more concerned of how did they predict the circle, first of all, of course, and how did they get themselves the access to the high grounds in that final circle? Because I thought that DG versus WINGOD was going to be a fight, but the way they shut down WINGOD, the way they captured that position for themselves, they could have controlled the final circle, but then the circle jigged them, so you can't really do anything about it. But such a valiant effort, right? You look at their players, you'd never really have heard about them. And this is not a team that I've heard of, but still they come up and show such skills. You've definitely got to give it to these lads.
But see, teams like DG and players like this are the reason why I am always happy whenever BGIS is around. Doesn't matter if I'm on the tournament or not, I will just watch it to see what new talent is out there that has been left undiscovered. Because day by day, we are being joined by new players. Day by day, there's a new player who's aspiring to go pro, watches a broadcast, realizes, all right, I can do better than these lads, makes a team, registers for BGIS, and shows up in the next one. Well, you can show up in this one. There's still time left for you guys. The deadline is tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. So do make sure you guys have your teams registered. But as I said, these new players that show up and showcase their skills on this platform, then go on to become stars. It is lovely to watch when you see them for the first time in a competitive setting. And DG, I mean, I hope they manage to be consistent, because it has happened in the past where my heart has been broken. We've seen teams during the grind that have performed phenomenally, and then when they go towards the BGIS, they struggle to qualify even through the group stages. So that is something that I want to see DG move forward from. But overall, I'm loving how this team is playing.
And it's not just about one of the teams popping out. Like for sure, there are going to be instances like CS Esports who just pop out of nowhere, and then all of a sudden they are playing back-to-back LANs, the biggest LANs that India has ever seen, right? But also I feel like it's all about progression as well. Slow and steady progression. You definitely qualify certain rounds. You might get eliminated, but it's a learning experience. But when you come back once again, you know BGIS is going to happen every year. It's the biggest grassroots level tournament that Crofton has set up for every single aspiring pro. And I'm pretty sure that when you keep on participating, keep on knocking the door of opportunities one day will open for you for all the treasury that's inside. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, speaking of treasury, who was the MVP of this particular game? Johnny, do you have an idea?
I don't. I would just love for the reveal to happen right now. I can't even guess, man. I mean, this game was very intense. I think we have misjudged this group quite massively. This is getting very competitive right now. I mean, yes, Insane is very consistent, but it is Team Insane. What else did you expect, right? Everyone else, even the newcomers, are putting up a wonderful performance on the board. And this time, MVP CLAWxXPIRAT, again, one of the more experienced players inside of the team. 5 eliminations secured, map impact of 8%, finish contribution 50%. So Claw do walk away with 10 elimination, double digits, 20 points in total. That is something that you were hoping for from this team. And again, as I was talking about the new teams as well, I think the only team that has taken a backseat as of now is AIM Gaming. They have been quite unfortunate and forced into early exits in 2 games back to back, but Sanhok is still there. Hopefully they pop off in Sanhok.
One good game, I think it can still be the hopes and dreams of qualification will still be alive. But ladies and gentlemen, the top performers of the map of Miramar, of course, you've got Zerep up front, you've got Wizard from DG. You've got to give it to Wizard as well. I saw him constantly peppering the blitz. Not a player who stays in the front lines and goes into the face of the opposition. Likes to be laid back, likes to be in the back lines, but still 5 finishes and a finish contribution of 41%. It's absolutely insane. Speaking of insane, of course, Karan has to be there. I mean, you've got 4 finishes, 80% finish contribution, but who's going to give him the position points? How are you going to justify the amount of position points he has earned for his team all by himself?
Well. The next thing, though, is going to be the points ranking on our screens. And as we were talking about it, CLAWxXPIRAT eSport, a wonderful run in the map of Miramar. I just want to see what the total tally. I hope it keeps them in a comfortable position. They have 20 points from this match. Detonation Gaming, though, I can't say enough praises for them, so I'm just going to say 14 points, 12 finishes, and just 2 placement points from this game. This team is amazing. Number 1 esports as well. Huge props to number 1 esports. They played well in game 1 and they played well in match number 2 as well. Very consistent. 9 eliminations this time. They're lacking in terms of positions, but they made up with those finishes. Team Insane. It is Team Insane. They finished on the second, all thanks to Karlan and his survival instincts. They got a little too aggressive in the early stages and hence they lost those players. But 11 points, not too shabby performance, especially after the start they had to the day.
Absolutely. You've got Stellar Titans on 5th with 7 points. But as we flip pages, ladies and gentlemen, you've got WINGOD. A little bit of a disappointment. I kind of expected this team to be a little better on the map of Miramar, but that run, that slump in form continues. 4 total points that they have acquired. Team Empire, we really had high hopes, Johnny, from this team, but 2 points from them as well. Cosmic Ravager 1, and then all that you could see is a binary. NIGMA Rising Esports 0, AIM Gaming on 0, LZ Official 0, and ZGDX Gaming as well on 0 points. I'm not really sure what's going wrong with WINGOD, as a matter of fact. They had a good position. They had all of their players. But it seemed like, Johnny, the players were a little not confident. They were a little scared in taking those fights. Like I told you, there was instances where Max was getting taken down by a single player multiple times. It was Viper from Team Stellar Titans who was constantly knocking him down in spite of having a high ground advantage. I think those are little mistakes, not mistakes, I would say the lack in confidence which is affecting WINGOD Esports right now.
I mean, it can be a lack of confidence, but I believe with the kind of players they have, that really shouldn't be the case. These individuals excel amidst pressure, and that is what they were known for at a certain time, right? So hopefully a quick recovery will be there from WINGOD right in the next game, or then we just have to wait till week 3, week 4 arrive. Although same can be said for Team Empire, right? Empire, we were singing praises of them before the matches begin, and now it's been 2 games. They've been sitting on the second page of the rankings. They are just struggling extremely badly inside of the competition right now. I hope Sanhok, at least they can turn it around. But it will be difficult with how the teams in this lobby are playing. It is going to be extremely difficult to change anything in the last game of the day.
Absolutely. Semi-finals of BGIS, I'm pretty sure there will be high expectations. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm pretty sure that the map of Sanhok will provide us with new opportunities. Speaking of new opportunities, there's something very new that is coming across on your screens right about now.
रुक यार, जिगल विगल करके दे दिया. Who's that guy? पकड़ बे कौन है? जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से. बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के. जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से. बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के. जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से. That guy.
You know, this,
right, Salty,
this promo actually... Alright, you go first.
I just want
I'll
to
go.
one thing, I'm just going to say that from now on, I'm not calling you Salty. Every time we are there, I'm going to call you Babu Bhai.
Oh yeah, that was my first gamer tag. Me and Necro had a discussion about it. I'm really embarrassed about it. Please don't call me that. Salty is much better. But you know what? This promo actually wonderfully depicts how one of the creators in our game became an overnight sensation because of they jiggle, and I love the fact that they represented that with Babu Bhai. I hope that I was also in similar shoes. But it's fine. I'm happy right now.
Yeah, I mean, see, I love Snacks, and I think his stardom in the making was like, yeah, you can call it overnight, but it wasn't really overnight. The man was grinding in competitive circuit for a long time, and he's such a nice, sweet man. He's such a sweet guy. You just cannot not like him. There's no way. I don't think there's anyone who does not like Snacks. He's such a lovable guy. But again, let's bring the conversation back to the matchup, Babu Bhai, because I want to know from you your expectations for the next game.
All right, speaking of expectations, I think I'm pretty much going with a new team. I have seen CLAWxXPIRAT, but I think this time INS might actually have a little bit of a chance. But as a matter of fact, there are multiple other names. I mean, Team Insane, the kind of form that they are in right now, maybe it's just a hunch that this team might actually go all the way. You've got MetalWings and Stellar Titans as well, two teams who are constantly knocking on the doors. You've got star players, haven't really showcased their true potential. United Soul as well, NIGMA Rising Esports. But one team that I would always want to see perform is going to be Team Empire. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, let's just welcome my good friend Necro back on the panel. Necro, how are you doing?
Listen, I'm doing fantastic, but you brought up Team Empire, and I was sitting in the back lines looking at Team Empire. First game, they choked their fight. The second game, once again, the same thing happens. I saw Empire blow himself up with a nade. So once again, Empire, they really do need to stop choking these fights in order to position themselves a little bit more better in the overall standings. Being on the latter half of the board is not helping them at all. The same thing can be said for WINGOD Esports too. The first game was not that great. Now, once again, even the second game is not that great for WINGOD. WINGOD needs to realize there's only 4 more games in total left in your hands to try and secure yourself a slot directly inside of the BGIS main event. If you fail, well, then you've pretty much lost out on the initial chance. There will still be a second chance if you do register for the in-game qualifiers, but that's a whole other thing. But once again, WINGOD Esports, there's a chance in front of you, and try and grab it.
Exactly. And you know the best part about this point system, Necro, I think me and Johnny had a conversation about this as well, that one good game, you might get yourself 20 points, you might get yourself 25 points, which will put you in a position where you still have a lifeline. And I think WINGOD have that last opportunity for them in front of them. It's not just WINGOD, you mentioned Team Empire as well. Even Team Empire will have to do that. But I've never really seen Team Empire sort of come back from a situation like this. They're always a team who is based on momentum. And when the momentum is not going in their way, it seems like the pressure starts to pile up and they start to crumble. But I want to know from you, Necro, you haven't really given your prediction. Who do you think is it going to be?
So, I was sitting in the backlands looking at the previous Miramar game, yeah, of course, and I noticed a little bit of a pattern in Team Insane's gameplay. The first game, they finished things off in the first spot. The second game, they finished on the second. I guess now the third game, they will be finishing on third. So, my prediction for this game of Sanhok is going to be WINGOD Esports. I remember WINGOD is one of those teams that loves to play on this map, and I think so, once again, they're going to be back in their element.
They might just be back in their element, but ladies and gentlemen, look at the flight path. It's very interesting because it starts off from Camp Charlie, move towards Camp Alpha, but majority of the teams, I'm pretty sure, will migrate towards the mainland. But it does not really matter unless and until you want to go somewhere towards like Mong Nai or possibly towards Khao, you will be able to reach your drop location. And even if you can't, I mean, a little bit of a gliding will never really cause problems. But I'm really trying to spot out those early drop collisions, Necro, and so far it seems like apart from that little bit of a scuffle near Nakam, I think there's nothing really happening. No, wait, what? This is gonna make me eat my words. Team AIM and Team Stellar Titans, they are duking it out in boot camp.
Exactly, it's a street brawl at this point, but just not exactly on the streets. Stellar Titans, what just happened? Did they make sure that the Team AIM was just gonna crumble down in front of them? What just happened? The fight started and it ended already. That was one of the most quickest fights that I've seen so far. Execution to the perfection. Stellar Titans just coming out on top in that fight. That's going to give them such a big head start in the fight itself. Viper, unfortunately, was the casualty in that fight, but it's completely fine. Stellar Titans, they've got themselves 4 elimination points to back them up for this game.
Yeah, exactly. And AIM Gaming, they get eliminated with 1 finish. Necro, I think we've got to start timing these fights, and build up a real array of fights. Possibly create a record of the quickest fight that has ever happened, the quickest elimination, quickest first pick, whatever it is. But so far, on the other side, it's Team Empire, and they're looking towards star players.
A 4X on top of the M249, just going for the spray, who was in the sky. It's going to be next to impossible to find connections with that gun, with that far away. So yeah, I might as well just try to give up. But the man still went for the try. And this is how the entire fight got executed. Stellar Titans, slowly and steadily, they just engulfed and devoured Team AIM, who was standing in front of him. It was not even that big of a problem. It was not even that big of a bump for them. They just easily engulfed them. And now even Team INS, they're crumbling down inside of this fight. USL, a great start for them too. Taking down one of the players from the side of Team INS. What is exactly going on? These individual blows, they're going to start to hurt soon enough.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, even this is not the end of it. INS might have backed out, but right to south of this particular region, you've got another battle which is going on. You've got Team NRG and Team LZ, who are in very close proximity. And look at where Sammy is.
Oh, look at Sammy.
Where exactly is he going?
Yeah. I think so. Sammy's trying to wrap all the way from the back lines, but Fearless, somewhere down line, has spotted Sammy. Sammy's position needs to remain uncontested. Sammy's position compromised. A big blunder from Sammy. Sammy had no clue there's Fearless in the back lines on top of the hill. And the elimination gets claimed easily. Sammy down and dusted, put back in the grave, and sent back to the lobby. The man's now going to be on the spectator screen for a while. But yeah, LZ for them, this is a great start for them too, considering that's going to give them the advantage inside of the fight that will be brewing up soon. LZ Prime. Even there on top of the hill. So for now, Prime, having the entire overview of Sami, they're going to be able to at least spot out the player's position, know exactly from where they can't see the overall exits happen from the city itself. So LZ, with this high ground that they've got already, they've got the default advantage, and now that too, back it up with the man advantage. It's like an icing on top of the cake. NRG, the players inside the city, there's a high chance they might just be suffocated to death. Team Insane, even they're on a move. And as I mentioned, Team Insane is one of those teams that has been staying super consistent. And I think so the consistency is something that's going to keep them at the top of the table at the end of the day. Spy, Afu, Shadow, Kalan. Kalan, one of those players that is currently leading the pack. Always in the front lines, going for the scout role, scouting out the future grounds for the Team Insane. And he's been doing an incredible job so far, communicating all the information that he's able to gather up. And Team Insane just working on top of that intel, being able to position themselves so perfectly. Even in the previous game, Kalan managed to squeeze up a decent amount of points. And now look at MW, METALWINGS. This team needs to perform as well. They need to be at the top of their game.
Well, yes, they do, but it's not going to be easy as well.
Oh.
Let's see, LZ. His helmet is gone, Prime. No reduction on the helmet, nothing on the armor. There's no opposition as well, so he doesn't really have to worry about taking damage from any other source except for the blue zone. And I wonder why they are so hesitant in committing for that point that's just lying right there. But talk about lying on the ground, and we have Team Insane just making sure that that is where their opponents stay. One more finish in the early stages of the game.
Team Insane getting that elimination point in the hand once again. Somehow Team Insane just always gets these blows handed out to the opponent. And now also getting that elimination point in the hand once again, just to lift off any type of pressure that could have been there. I mean, I think so. There's no pressure on Team Insane. At least that's how they've been playing so far. We are seeing just clinical gameplay from this team. Nothing else. But yeah, Team Insane being able to kick things off on a great note definitely puts them in a really good position once again on the game of Sanhok too. Stellar Titans though, a team that managed to get 4 elimination points. I mean, as I mentioned, that was a great starting for them. But they did lose out on one of the players off the rip inside of boot camp. So yeah, that was another thing. But looking at USL getting 1 elimination point, looking at LZ2 getting that individual point in their hands, and now even Team Insane, these are some great starts. Team Insane being able to just be in the center of the zone is also going to give them another advantage. Proactive, having that good position in the hands. And we know as long as you're going to be on the centric side of the circle, things will be even better for you. Another team that is there at the top is going to be SP. WINDGOD right underneath them. Team Empire towards Paradise Resort. Stellar Titans right next to him. Claw still looking for a breach inside of the zone. They're probably going to be taking their sweet little time. But looking at SP, for now, they're quite good. No one's really around them. Yeah, the only team that can be a bit of a red flag has to be WINDGOD. But even WINDGOD is a little bit too far away. So for now, SP for them, it's all good in the hood.
Yeah.
Even Team Cosmic trying to rotate from the southern side.
As you said, Necro, for now, everything's good in the hood, but all of this calm, it's going to fade away. Look at the cluster that's forming around them. And, of course, I mean, another interesting thing happening towards the southwestern edge of the map. It's going to be interesting to see how, in fact, NRG try to survive in this game. It's going to be so difficult for them. INS, a big run from them coming in game number 2, but this time it's going to be difficult for them to actually keep moving forward in this game. Stage 2, transitioning into stage 3 of the match. So far, not a lot of eliminations. It's just Team AIM that have been wiped out completely from this game. And apart from that, just a few players here and there. Stellar Titans, they have the only squad with 4 eliminations, the complete squad wipe, but they did lose one of their own. In the meanwhile, though, CLAWxXPIRAT, we see them on our screens. It seems like they are about to be the ones who initiate all of this chaos, and they are the ones who are attracting all of the fire upon themselves right now. 4 players in a single car? That's not advisable.
I'm not a big fan of this maneuver as well. All the 4 players inside of one single vehicle, and this is what exactly was going to happen. 3 players getting knocked out. Zod barely surviving, barely standing on his feet. Claw, what a big blunder that is. PMWIGL has been taken down, completely finished, and then you've also got Zerov just bleeding to his death. Yeah, even Zerov's going to be confirmed soon enough, and Zod now just back in his side of the house, going for the patch-up without any problems, but Claw just having or being taken down to that one last man, for how long he can survive that too on the map of Sanhok, it just makes things even more difficult.
Well, it is definitely going to be difficult, and it's going to get tougher and tougher with every single second that goes by. But now, might be too late for them to recover as well. WINDGOD on the other side, still looking quite solid with the position that they have under their command. SP, though, a position spotted out. What will their reaction to this be? They want to take this fight. Harshi was already ADSing towards the players of WINDGOD, but I believe no line of fire currently available.
And this is how the entire fight just escalated. Or maybe you can't say got blown up. Claw all the 4 players together. This is what exactly happens. That too in the map of Sanhok. This just gave me the flashbacks of what exactly happened to Reckoning Esports and what Team Sil did to him. So yeah, not a big fan of this entire one single package that you're delivering to the opponents.
Yeah.
It's like a bunch of points just be waiting to be distributed.
Along with that, it was the rotation itself as well that was quite questionable. They are extremely late in terms of moving towards the center of the circle, and yet, when you expect the center to be clustered up in this new meta, they charge for it without any fear in their eyes, and the result, well, it is clear. You lose 3 players to that.
Pretty much. And no one. It's another one of those teams, Johnny, that is being super consistent, right? First game, they finished things off on second. Even the second game, they were still there in the match rankings at the high numbers. So yeah, no one is being super consistent. And that is crazy. And I just want to see the consistency continue on forward, because maintaining that consistency, especially on the map of Sanhok, it's going to be even tougher. At this point, I'm just trying to spot out the players of WINDGOD, and WINDGOD are playing currently on the northern side. DG taking shots against the players of no one. They're going to be safe for now. They're a little bit too far away, out of reach for DG, so no one should be good.
Well, let's see. Number 1. They've been quite consistent in the first 2 matches they played, but this time around they are being extremely slow and cautious with how they move around in the map. DG, their strategy is quite easy to figure out, but very difficult to counter. Up until stage 5, we're going to see them just maintain their calm, not really be a part of the action. Or maybe in stage 4 is where they commence, but oh no! What is this? INS, they just run into a trap, and Rebel Link, connecting those first shots, finds the opening knock. Mortis down as well. Ranveer indoors. Now he's going to be stuck in a corner.
Oh, cause. I mean, Rebel, yeah. Just wanting to get that elimination point confirmed, and that's what he does. INS! Oh my god, Ranveer! Peeks around the corner, instantly just shotgun blasts him to the face. Shuts him down too. Cause for now, they're facing the brunt, that's for sure. And INS, yeah, even though they're down to just this one last man alive, and now look at USL too, just pushing up against INS. This is not good at all. The man's way too low. Ranveer can't stand a chance, and he gets dealt with. USL, for them, this was a feast served on silver platter.
Yeah, it was a feast served on a silver platter, but apparently one of the lobsters started to fight back. And Ranveer, what a valiant effort. What a valiant effort over there. I believe he was able to secure knock down 2 players from the opposing side, but again, last man surviving. The blue zone is upon him as well. There's the opposition suiting him, and then USL showed up, so can't really do much in a situation like that. But LZ Prime now, look at them moving style. The bikes filled with swag. And LZ, all the players moving forward, they've made their way towards the edge of the circle. There's no one gatekeeping this position as well, so it should be an easy entry. And now they're going to be forced to be the last team entering every single circle from here on out.
Pretty much. And if you look at the center of the circle, right now it's Team Insane just controlling it completely. And I also like the fact that Team Insane is not just sticking on one single spot. They're spreading themselves out. They're constantly going for that informational play. While the players are just spreading themselves out. One of the players is just driving inside of the buggy, moving around here and there, getting the information. As the next shift is going to be in front of us, it shifts down south a little bit. Stellar Titans stuck outside of the zone. It's going to be tough to find the breaching point themselves. Stellar Titans, they need to find something, or at least they need to do something. The team in the front's going to be Team Empire, and they're going to be tough to deal with, that's for sure.
Well, it's definitely going to be tough to deal with Team Empire, especially at this point. Man, we just said it, but Empire, they've been struggling, and I think the struggles do continue. LZ, I'm watching out for this team. How will they react? A few moments ago, we did see METALWINGS, of course, in the distance, but it seems like they have moved away, and now the next challenge that stands in the way of LZ and the circle and the rotation, it is the squad of NRG and number 1 esports on the other side. But they hear the commotion, they are on the move. Ronak leading the charge. Still waiting for more shots to be fired, so he has an idea where the players are, and now he finally does. Sees a few of them as well, and LZ, they're prepared for the assault.
Fearless knocked out. Did manage to get one of the elimination points in his hands. Prime with 1-2. And oh my god. The nades are not able to get the follow-up. That's a problem. LZ is going to be even more desperate to do so. But look at the elimination feed, Johnny. Team Empire's getting obliterated. And Team Empire, they've been eliminated from the game too. Rough luck for Team Empire. This thing just keeps on happening with Team Empire. Even WINGOD participated in that fight. And shut down Team Empires completely. That's a rough outing.
They've just been so unlucky the entire day. Even in this game, they get no points, 0 elimination, and they get eliminated on the 12th position in this match. No placement points for Team Empire from this matchup.
I mean, if it happens once, unlucky. If it happened twice, unlucky. If it happened the third time, I would say it's not unluck. It's just you choking the fights at that point. And I think so, Team Empire, they showcased enough instances of them choking the fight. First game, if you remember, it was a complete choke. They straight up rammed their vehicles inside of the compound. And then, of course, the opponents, they pretty much come out on top. It was the players of Cosmic, if I'm not wrong. And then now, in the second game, Empire blew himself up with a nade. And now over here, too, just getting caught between 3 teams. A big problem for positioning. Before now, WINGOD taking fight against ZGDX, and they come out on top, but it was actually Team Insane 2 participating in the fight, and Team Insane, they completely wiped them off. I think so in the end, the finishing blow was handed out by WINGOD.
Yeah, they have 3 eliminations now on themselves, but look at the shift of the zone. It takes us back to Pahan. And MetalWings, they will be quite happy with this shift along with the players of Team Insane. And as you were talking about Team Empire and Necro, I 100% agree with what you said. I mean, usually I'm the one who is there defending the teams, even if it's a entire bad day. But it is something else. A lot of errors in decision-making over there. Along with them, I think another team that's going down that same path, it is going to be Claw now. They've had one decent performance in the map of Miramar, but that Erangel earlier on, there was a little bit of a slip-up, and now in Sanhok as well, they're down to their last man in this matchup. WINGOD on the other side, this time around, things are looking different. I'm quite happy with this. The first 2 games did not go their way. They finished both of them on the second page of the rankings, but now they have 3 eliminations. They are in the top 10. If they survive a little bit more, or just bring in those finish numbers up a little bit more, I think WINGOD definitely have this game in the bag.
SP moving to the right. And then we've got the man just standing out in the open. He's still doing a great job fighting back, but it's Team Insane that you're facing, and Team Insane's not going to be that easy to deal with. It's not your cup of tea. That's what Team Insane's saying, at least so far. SP struggling too much in that fight, and within an instant, I guess SP, they're also going to be facing the lobby. SP taking an exit from the game too. Team Insane doing a fantastic job. WINGOD, unfortunately, in a big world of trouble. They're taking too much damage at this point in time. Rex patches himself up, and WINGOD trying their best to fight back against the foes in the front lines. Team Insane, too, taking shots against the foes. Even Stellar Titans, one of the men outside of the zone, getting knocked out. And also confirmed, Stellar Titans, another blunder from them. But DG, they've been caught in a big crossfire between Team Insane and WINGOD.
And it's going to be so difficult for them to make it out of there in one piece. In the meanwhile, WINGOD and Insane, an awkward standoff between these 2 teams as well. The hard angles of that cliff are the only thing that are protecting WINGOD from the assault of Team Insane. But a few low toss nades can do the trick on the finish feed though. Look at that, number 1 going up against DG, and they're demolishing the competition right now in this game. Have secured a few extra eliminations from that fight, but how far can they take this? That is going to be the question. Insane, in the meanwhile, the last finish from the side of DG in the hands of Insane, and Kalan's just missing that drive-by by Helen. He saw him. He finally saw him.
Yeah. Finally spots him out. But look at the amount of confidence Kalan is showcasing while he's going for the moves. And he's got no clue that there's a man right in the front. Finally, he does. What a big problem this is for MetalWings. Position compromised. The man's up close and personal, but he still somehow whiffs. Kalan, he had all the advantage in that fight, all the info that he needed, but he still somehow whiffed the shot that he needed to connect. And the opponent got a chance to hit back. Kalan showcasing his back in that fight was a big blunder. And now Metal Wings, there's a chance they can't shut down Team Insane. It's a 2v2 in the end. And Metal Wings just getting that bump in that fight is a really good news for them. Team Insane taken down, or at least 2 of the players getting taken down from Team Insane. Now number 1 as well, looking to challenge against Team LZ. And LZ, they've got so much problems brewing up for themselves. At least they've got the man advantage inside of the fight. That's something that's always going to keep them at the top. But they're taking too much damage. Ronick is chipped up a little bit too much. He gets prone back in the nick of time. But LZ, they're going to be the one to press up on the charges. Raftar knocked out in return. It's all down to Ronick.
It was all down to this one man, and it's not going to be easy as well. All the players from the side of WINGOD charging forward. He switches to the shotgun, secures the opening knock. Looking for the second, goes for the second, and he fails.
Done.
A 2v1. Tried his level best, but as you said, nicely done by the players of WINGOD. The first knock, they did not let that deter them. They were committed to the push, and they made it to fruition, but number 1, eSport. Look at this. Tesla, he's not giving up. He is in the top 5 with 8 eliminations for the team. Those are already decent amount of points. But a nade towards the players of WINGOD, and there is few extra finishes in the back.
WINGOD Esports looking forward to get a nuclear performance in their hands. And Team Insane, they've been wrapped up in a sheet and sent back home. WINGOD, I mentioned this too when Salty asked me for my predictions. WINGOD Esports, their Sanhok games have always been looking incredible, and once again, the same thing seems to happen. WINGOD dominating on the game of Sanhok, getting 8 elimination points so far. Also looking forward to seal the deal and get the chicken dinner in the hands. They're not that far away. It's a 3v2 scenario, or make that a 2v2. Rex and Max, both the players having 2 elimination points each. If they do manage to shut down these remaining 2 players from Metal Wings, it's all going to be good in the hood. And considering the fact that WINGOD, they've also got the circles advantage, yeah, the stars are aligned.
The stars are aligned, and what a brilliant way to bounce back, not just for WINGOD, but for Metal Wings as well. Both these 2 teams have been struggling throughout the entirety of the day, but now they finally have this match to show for the struggles of the previous 2. 8 eliminations on the board for WINGOD, and as you mentioned, if they win this game, they can finish this with a 20-pointer in the bag, which will bring them to a decent enough ranking in the overall leaderboard. Metal Wings, their best case scenario will be 15 points if they get the last 2 finishes well, which is quite a lot, in fact. Enough to bring them into the top 6, I believe. Not top 6, maybe the top 8.
Yeah, Metal Wings finally losing out on the patience, Johnny. I like this. Trying to be a little bit aggressive in the fight. They do realize they need to be proactive to have the zone control in the hand. The man's position's compromised. And now Max is just trying to fire shots blindly. He knows where the individual players are, too. Finally, the first connection's found. The first man gets knocked out. Metal Wings on the verge of being knocked out of this entire game as well. And yes, it's going to be Team WINGOD Esports to close things off on a great note. WINGOD, they desperately needed this chicken dinner, and they got it when it mattered the most.
Well, we waited for this, and finally the moment has arrived. WINGOD, what a performance. Finally, we get to say this team, they indeed did play well. They played like the players that they are. They played like the champions that they have been in the past. And again, this is what we were waiting for. But Necro, is it a little too late? Because as you said, I mean, Sanhok is the map that they are also the most comfortable on. So this should have already been their game. I'm still worried about what they're going to do in Miramar and Erangel in the future.
I think so. Still, they have gotten a decent amount of points to keep them somewhere at the top in the overall standings. So it's not going to be that bad of a performance from the side of WINGOD Esports. They should still be somewhere in top 5 or either top 6. So it should be all okay for WINGOD. Yeah. This is a really good start for them in the first 3 games. Now all they need to do is keep the consistency up, keep the momentum up, and just perform a little bit better on Erangel and Miramar in the upcoming 3 games that are going to be there. But in general, WINGOD Esports, a phenomenal gameplay that we saw. Team Insane once again just continuing that consistency. And as I mentioned, right, I saw this pattern in Team Insane's gameplay. In the first game, they finished things off with a chicken dinner, which was first spot. Then the second, they finished on second. Now in the third, I think so they finished somewhere on 4th or 5th. There's something like that.
Yeah. I think it was close to that itself. And another team, I mean, these are the big names that we always talk about. I mean, Metal Wings, Insane, WINGOD. Massive props to number 1 esports, man. They have been extremely confident in their firepower, and they have been quite consistent, I have to say. I'm loving the approach this team have. They have no fear in their eyes when they're going for a push. It's a all or nothing approach towards those team fights. And they jump into the action at the perfect time, according to me as well. It is stage 3, stage 4 transition is when they try to become a part of the action, when they try to rack up those finishes, and they always go for the teams mid rotation first and then go for the teams in the center. So I like the approach that number one esports are putting on the board, but I think they might be lacking in the points in this game in particular, considering they did get eliminated just a smidge earlier than they would have wanted.
Yeah, I mean, this team's survival instincts, they're definitely quite promising, I would say. They have been impressive too, and with the way they're able to outstand and outperform a couple of these teams, it's incredible too. Because some of the known teams, as you mentioned, METALWINGS, they were struggling too, including Claw. Yeah, the previous game in Miramar, they performed well enough, but still, even Claw before Miramar, things were looking quite dicey for them. But even in the game of Sanhok, Claw was not able to perform that well. Some of the known names, they were struggling too, but then a new team just comes in out of nowhere, number one, just showcases so much consistency. The only reason why I'm praising this team so much is that, yeah, firepower can only get you so long, but team number one, they've also got the firepower sometimes, but their survival instincts, their positioning gameplay is something that's really keeping them alive.
That is definitely true. Their positioning gameplay it's too strong, and not too strong, but it is very good. They're very skilled at it, and I think that does allow them the opportunity to go for the finish points during the mid game that we are talking about. But again, this is still the grind. This is still the opening week of the grind. Once you reach to week 3, week 4, that is when teams will also start to contest, because we had 3 games to observe what this team was up to, and we were able to figure it out. What about the rest? They will dissect their gameplay in as much detail as possible, and week 3, week 4, everyone's going to come prepped. So again, I think we will have to see how they evolve once we are in the next stage of the grind itself, and if they make it to the BGIS, that is when it's going to be fun to see these undergod teams in action, because that is when we will either see them evolve into the deadly forces that we need in the finals, or they're just going to take a backseat, not improve upon themselves, and they will be left behind eventually, because them's the rules.
Now, Johnny, look, speaking of teams that were not able to perform, that we expected to perform, were Team Empire and Team INS.
Don't say it.
These two teams are a big letdown. Empire choking those fights constantly in all the 3 games. At this point, you cannot even call it RNG, or you cannot even call it unlucky. They just straight up choked the fights. INS, and most of the times, they were not even seen and spotted inside of the situations. They were just under the radar, and they stayed under the radar, and they got eliminated under the radar most of the times. They were just not getting a lot of that screen time. So I guess these teams were not able to make that much of big waves. Hopefully they're going to be able to make some crazy waves in the future. But, you know, speaking about some crazy stuff, we've got the MVP of the previous game has to be someone from Team Insane.
It's Rex from WINGOD. And what incredible matchup is this? He has 3 eliminations, he becomes the MVP, and his map impact is 5%.
Only 5,
That is incredible. Finish contribution, 33% for the team. So overall, I think WINGOD, it was a decent run. Not decent, it was a good run, in fact. From there, and I believe, as we said, 20 points is what they needed. 20 points is what they have on the board. But I want to see how big of an impact does this put on the overall ranking.
Afu over there too from Team Insane with 3 finishes and 5% map impact. Every single person has a 5% map impact. This is one of the most balanced stats I've seen so far. 3 finishes all across the board. No one's managed to cross on over that 3 finishes marker. And then you move on forward to finish contribution. Every single player over here, or at least 3 of the players inside of the top 5, they've got 27. And then you move on towards Lavish. He's managed to get 100% from SP. Now, speaking of SP2, SP is another one of those teams that was able to showcase themselves on the screen quite a lot. SP is taking those fights, but the conversion is something that they need to work on.
100% agree with that as well. I mean, SP, their approach to fights is brilliant. They, majority of the times, well, most of the times we've seen them start things off in a brilliant manner as well. They secure the opening knock. But from there, the follow-ups is where they struggle. But we're going to follow up the top 5 players with the point rankings for the game, ladies and gentlemen. We have WINGOD leading the charge with 19 points. All right, they missed out on 1 elimination, I believe. You have Team Insane with 15 points, all thanks to those 11 finishes that they have in the back. And number 1, Esports. This is the team that I would like to highlight in particular, because while WINGOD, Insane, METALWINGS, in fact, Stellar Titans, all these teams have a lot of experience. Number 1, Esports. This is the first time I'm personally seeing them in the grind, and I am loving this run of theirs.
Even LZ Officials is looking quite promising. I want to see a little bit more of this team in the future. Of course, we will be able to see this team in the back in the future. But Stellar Tide's another one of those teams that managed to finish on the 2nd spot, or on the 6th spot, I mean. United Soul on the 7th, and you've got Detonation Gaming on the 8th. As you move on forward to the latter half of the board, this is where you're going to see a little bit of surprises and unfortunate performances. As I mentioned, Claw not being able to perform that well in the previous game of Sanhok is definitely going to be a big dent in their performance. Moving on forward, the same thing can be said for Team INS too.
Yeah, Team INS, not really a game that they were hoping to have. But of course, the biggest upset is going to be Team Empire. And it's not just Team Empire, by the way. AIM Gaming as well. All 3 games, they've been forced to take an early exit, take a backseat in the match, and just watch from the lobby. That is not really a position you want to find yourself in once you've made it to the grind. So, Team AIM Gaming, Team Empire, these 2 teams, they need to figure out a way how to end their slumber at this point. Otherwise, things are just going to get worse once the reshuffle happens.
That is true. Moving on forward, ladies and gentlemen, and looking at the overall standings for this group, as we do see the overall standings of Group 6, it's going to be Team Insane to lead the pack, of course. Consistency always prevails. Number 1 Esports 2 staying super consistent without even getting a single chicken dinner, still getting 39 points in the hands. Moving on forward, Claw is going to be your 3rd placing team. WINDGOD Esports with just that single Sanhok performance, it's going to elevate them all the way to the top 4. Detonation Gaming not that far behind though with 23 points on the 5th.
And Detonation Gaming, they've done it in an incredible way as well, reaching the 5th position with just 3 placement points and 20 eliminations on the board. The aggression is there, the confidence is there, the conversions are there as well. INS, at least they get to end the day within the top 8 with 18 points, and they're not too far away from the top 5. In fact, the top 3 as well, 9 points shy of where CLAWxXPIRAT are. One wonderful win, and maybe they can turn things around. But let's move on to the next page where the real surprises await us, Necro. And there they are, METALWINGS on that 9th position with 17 points. And of course, the biggest surprise of this particular group is seeing Team Empire on the 14th position with not a single placement point earned and 2 finishes in the 3 matches that they played.
I mean, looking at the brighter side, at least they got those 2 points. So I guess Team Empire, it is definitely something that they need to work on, right? And considering we expected improvement as the time passes by, but unfortunately, Team Empire, I guess they're not really able to keep up with the heat of the lobby that currently the lobby is offering to them. Cosmic Ravager, with the way things started off for this team, I thought they should be in a better position, but unfortunately, the consistency dwindling down has kept them in the latter half of the board. AIM Gaming, NRG not being able to play that well. METALWINGS had a lot of expectations from this team, but at least they got 17 points, so I guess that is still a decent outing that they have gotten from those 3 games. Now all they need to do is get 17 or maybe 20 more points in the upcoming 3 games, and it should be all okay. 40 points or around 40 points, you should be okay.
Yeah, I think that should keep them in a nice enough position to move on to the next phase of the tournament. And it is going to be interesting to see if after week 3 and week 4 they actually make it through. But ladies and gentlemen, I mean, again, we want to remind you guys that the opportunity for you guys to register for BGIS, it is still there. The deadline is tomorrow. The link is down there. Do make sure you register your 4-man squad for BGIS. And as I said, if you make it to the finals, me, Necro, Salty, if we are there as well, we're going to do something special together. All right? Necro, do you promise?
Of course, we're going to do something special. Maybe dance together, have a lot of fun, you know?
Yeah.
Do something crazy, you know? But as Johnny mentioned, you do not have a lot of time left. Tomorrow is going to be the deadline for the registration, 7th April. What are you guys doing? Hurry up! Get your 4 players inside of the squad and register ASAP. But anyways, now getting back to the conversation that we're having, right, Johnny? This entire day was filled with a lot of heated moments, I would say. Things started off in quite an action-packed way, ended with quite an action-packed way as well. If you remember with how things started off in the first Erangel, where the circle ended towards the school apartments, Reckoning Esports was the one who was super close to getting that chicken dinner too.
Yeah, that first Erangel was so entertaining. I think that first group itself set the perfect tone for the rest of the day, and Group 6 followed it up quite nicely. There was so much aggression in the matches today. No one was just playing for survival. Everyone wanted to go for the spites. I think it was the lesson learned by the teams that played day 1 and day 2. But, of course, teams that show up tomorrow will have a lot more information to work with because they will be the last 2 groups playing in week 1, and it's going to be exciting to see what they bring to the table, what are their strategies and what their game plan is.
Exactly. Day 3 was filled with a lot of action-packed moments. But ladies and gentlemen, for now, it's time for us to take a leave. That's it going to be from me, Necro, and Johnny. Right now, we're going to be signing off. See you guys tomorrow.
राइट 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 लेफ्ट 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 लेफ्ट। अरे यार रेलवे ट्रैक की तरफ ले, लेफ्ट 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 लेफ्ट, झाड़ी के पीछे चले, झाड़ी के पीछे। अरे यार राइट, जल्दी जल्दी। उतर उतर, चल फिनिश कर दे उसको, रुकना मत।
Action redefined, even on the go. Download Bullet Echo today.
रुक यार, जिगल विगल करके दे दिया। Who's that guy? पकड़ बे कौन है? जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से, बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के। जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से, बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के। जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से।
है